Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the two of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the second floor was much quieter. The two did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xianxia stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xiaoyang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiao was that Jiang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Jiang Feng for some time, Jiang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly, Zhao Feng noticed Xiao Chun as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiao Chun started discussing in whispers. Xiao Chun chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiao Chun at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Bai Yin said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiao Chun entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with the blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiao Chun was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiao Chun caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiao Chun's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiao Chun could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiao Chun could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiao Chun would respond. Bai Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiao Chun here. Xiao Chun smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. "Who?" The instant Xiao Chun drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiao Chun's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiao Chun used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiao Chun used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiao Chun drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality, it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber, and the wine shot out. Xiao Chun raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiao Chun's mouth. "Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you." Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiao Chun should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiao Chun knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xianxia did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Xianxia had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xianxia would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xianxia perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xianxia catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time, he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup? All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xianxia did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Wuxia! The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xianxia added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xianxia returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality, you look down on this Liu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind, this Liu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Liu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xianxia used to test the waters became a new excuse, an excuse for him to make another move. Liu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then, he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Liu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Liu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Liu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he's going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Liu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called Thousand-Year Snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Lu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with thousand-year snow emanated Lu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then, he charged forward together with the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Lu Yang's saber intent. The Ice Phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Lu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the Ice Phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then, he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Lu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end, he still retreated. However, Lu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiao Chun retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding, ding, dang, dang. As Xiao Chen's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiao Chen's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiao Chen advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Lu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the Ice Phoenix step by step. Xiao Chen spun around and smiled faintly. Then, he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiao Chun easily caught the wine cup of the Ice Phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The Ice Phoenix circled around Xiao Chen's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup and the wine cup, Xiao Chun picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. "Is indeed a good wine. Young Master Lu, you lived up to your words." Xiao Chun praised Lu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Lu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, "As the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row." Lu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of thousand-year snow with dazzling movements. Then, he sent them to Xiao Chun again. Good timing. Xiao Chun was a wine lover in the first place. This thousand-year snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then, he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The 3 incoming Ice Phoenixes shattered under Xiao Chen's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiao Chun downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough, Xiao Chun put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax, like he was drunk, but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. "As you wish." Lu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up, and his aura erupted. Lu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of thousand-year snow flew out together with the Ice Phoenixes and snowbirds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chun looked at the dazzling Ice Phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Lu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiao Chun seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Lu Yang's movement stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The thousand-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiao Chun, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. "No more wine? It's fine. I have some." As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Lu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiaochen's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiaochen, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more, no less. All the 1,000-year flame that Xiaochen collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand, and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz! The wine cup shook slightly, and clumps of flame soared up. With the support of Xiaochen's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of 1,000-year flame. When Xiaochen looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea Saber Sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling golden light. Xiaochen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with the 1,000 cups of 1,000-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the Saber Sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure, and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time, they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, the one who mocked Xiaochen was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of 1,000-year snow entered his stomach, Xiaochen felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiaochen had not gotten drunk in a long time. He can no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time, I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiaochen's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiaochen's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Ha 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 ha! In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiaochen held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yang, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who is this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant. This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yang is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xia Yang, the descendant of the Thunderfire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time, he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiaochen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were speaking disgust in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme, no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yin blushed with shame. This Xianxia brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence, he offended all the outstanding talents present. Hee. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it, Ba Yin said with a grin. When Lu Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yang had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my black sea for having no one. I want Zhao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Jiang Feng, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Jiang Feng step forward, he laughed loudly and said, I'll toast you 100 cups. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Jiang Feng. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong aftereffects of the thousand-year flame made him feel tipsy. Pussy. After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of thousand-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the aftereffects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chen, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups? I'll drink with you. Lu Yun, will drink with you. However, Xiao Chen stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The thousand-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking one cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen. The first to attack was Lu Yang, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of thousand-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then, his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon chopped together with the Lunar Shadow Saber. Bang! Lu Yang, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chen, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then, he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, You are only a so, and you still want to sneak attack me. Attack together. When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chen standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chen felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chen laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his Lunar Shadow Saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chen weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiao Chen let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Qian's strong, 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of thousand-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiao Qian's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiao Qian went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of thousand-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. For hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiao Qian. As he swayed, Xiao Qian's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandit's descendants. As Xiao Qian stood at the table, he drank the last cup of thousand-year flame. Then, he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing, so he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiao Qian laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Bai Yin, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Bai Yin had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Bai Yin carried Xiao Qian on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Whoosh! Just as Bai Yin carried Xiao Qian on his back and prepared to leave, two figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiao Qian were still here, he would definitely recognize these two people. They were the two figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Zhao Feng, the descendant of the divine Ice Sovereign, who was ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buoxiong, advanced to sovereign martial emperor. Sima Lingxuan's status soared, no one able to compete with him. These two were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. "Indeed, it is you," Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiao Qian and Bai Yin had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiao Qian. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiao Qian was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qian would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiao Qian suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxuan's glory. "You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time." A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxuan's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground, snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, Part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiaoqian's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word: powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiaoqian, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiaoqian at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. The guy's been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said. That's right. The purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out. Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingshuan's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng." What do you mean? Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "Haha, unfortunately, your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here?" Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. He's back. Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then, there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk, outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingshuan's face. "The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago, I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent." Sima Lingshuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingshuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingshuan's demon was Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian had killed Sima Lingshuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Xiaoqian, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingshuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. "You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent?" Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly, he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Mo Ran. He is one of the cultivators from the Outer Sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ice Sea's Lung, Xian, and the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the Human Demon Sea's young expert, Mo Ran. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and two men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ice Sea's Lung Xian. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest, outstanding talents in Dark City, including Xiao Chun and Bai Yin, who left. The strongest, outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The Human Demon Sea's Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yin narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber, but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely so. With just this bit of ability, you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Lung Xian changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Ran's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant! Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now, only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves. That is precisely the case. The Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Lung Xian said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiao Chun was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time, he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Bai Yin carried Xiao Chun all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon's subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiao Chun covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold, and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Bai Yin. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Bai Yin quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong after-effect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiao Chan was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiao Qin's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiao Chun, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yin tossed Xiao Chun onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. This Xiao Chun brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yin, but he had already gone far away. Then, she saw Xiao Chun stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiao Chun on her shoulder for a long time. Then, she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carry me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiao Chen's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiao Chen over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then, she copied Ba Yin and carried Xiao Chun to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiao Chun on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then, she looked at the bloodstains on Xiao Chen's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Blood Sword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiao Chen's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then, she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiao Chen's face clean. Then, she called a maidservant over to help Xiao Chun change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiao Chun had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiao Chun awake. However, this time, due to the aftereffects of drinking 100 cups of peak quality wine, even after someone changed Xiao Chen's clothes, he still did not react. Xiao Chun could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes. Then, she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiao Chun had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Liru, of Bai, of Feng Fei Shua. He dreamed of many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end, he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiao Qin knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiao Chun had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that Emperor's gate. Xiao Chun had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiao Chun why he came to this world. Why did Xiao Chun become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiao Chun? Suddenly, the bridge broke. As Xiao Chun ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So, it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiao Chen's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xianxia to lean back on the bed. Xianxia rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiaoqian's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xiaoqian tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xiaoqian was somewhat at a loss. Then, he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the immortal spirit ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xiaoqian felt much more at ease. Xiaoqian got up and paced around the room. Then, he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiaoqian's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiaoqian. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiaoqian had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So, he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiaoqian used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiaoqian's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial grade, profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial grade, profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiaoqian had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiaoqian's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiaoqian comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four Seasons Saber Technique, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, Thunder Dragon Chop, Thunder Dragon Steps, Flawless Bright Moon, Thousand-Year Flame, Thousand-Year Death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiaoqian's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually, it reached two paths, time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiaoqian's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in Instant of Glory in such a short period of time, Xiaoqian managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiaoqian stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky, and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous Instant of Glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there is no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes, to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiaoqian waved his hand, and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then, he said indifferently, in the past, the Instant of Glory was just wandering outside the door. This time, I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray. With a direction and the right path, there is no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of Instant of Glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiaoqian's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiaoqian opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiaoqian. I wonder how much longer you're going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days, and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the Human Demon Sea. I want to go to the Ice Sea and the Storm Sea. I want to help the Lunar Palace find 2 things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope. Don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. Triple X Yu Bingyun, stay. Triple X was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiaoqian couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiaoqian had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiaoqian put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiaoqian held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ryu addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiaoqian pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiaoqian strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiaoqian arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard, looking around excitedly on the dragon subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiaoqian asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiaoqian sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiaoqian looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu, with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiaoqian stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaoqian, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiaoqian was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does Senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's buy-in. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiao Chan walked around the dragon's subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyun had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark, and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Chan answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon's subduing platform and leave. You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me?" The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiao Chan with a smile. Xiao Chan did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiao Chen's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting, to geomancy, to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizons startled Xiao Chen slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiao Chan had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiao Chan did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiao Chen's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiao Chan was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the Forbidden Lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued. Unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time, there are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter. Xiao Chun felt curious. He asked, "What are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out?" When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god and left this abandoned land of ours. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I'm not sure if there's one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than Prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It's just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. Every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiao Chan had seen in the Hao Yan martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Chen did not understand. Then the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So, muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pan, the hemp-robed old man, smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then, an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiao Chun and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiao Chun was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then, the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xianxia to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Big Sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs." "Don't call me Big Sister, you old man." The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert, Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished, and his popularity soared. The human demon Sea's Mo Ran, the ice Sea's Lung Xin, and the storm Sea's Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiao Chun compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiao Chun compete, wanted to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon, the strongest 4 appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Bai Yin, obtaining a spot in the top 4. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The 3rd spot went to the human demon Sea's Mo Ran. His opponent was Zhao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Zhao Feng had learned a medial-grade, profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The 4th spot went to the 2 young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the Outer Seas to obtain too many spots in the top 4, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Lung Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the will of ice and the will of storm, broadening their horizons. Bai Yin, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Bai Yin glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Bai Yin's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Bai Yin. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn it. If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Bai Yin said, unconvinced. Bak Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiao Chun did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top 3. He would definitely obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, Ba Yin said with a nod. Ba Yin nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiao Chen's strength. After all, Xiao Chun had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yin was confident that Xiao Chun would not have any problems getting into the top 3. It might even be possible for Xiao Chun to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yin called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top 4, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiao Chun did not come. Trampling on Xiao Chun in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Uchi, a cold light flashed in the storm. Then, a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top 4 was decided. The IC's Lung Xian was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top 4 were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then, they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only 2 arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only 1 arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top 4, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other 3 finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, they bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the City Lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka. The 2 arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semifinals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the City Lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the Outstanding Talent Summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yin frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility, but could not be sure. The 4 people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiao Chun appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiao Chen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words nonstop. The 4 people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon C's Mo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. Lung Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiao Chun, who was on the platform. Xiao Chun, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King, Xianxia. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xianxia had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the 4 people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token? Is it this? Xianxia took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word kill written on the front and order carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the 3 words forceful kill order, their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, "If Xianxia fails, this old man will lose all your face." In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The Forceful Kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the Forceful Kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the Forceful Kill token. One could enter midway. However, there was a prize for using the Forceful Kill token. After using the Forceful Kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there are currently 4 people in the arena. If Xianxia defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The Great Bandit who gave Xianxia the Forceful Kill token would pay for it. To a Great Bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the Forceful Kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the Forceful Kill token for several hundred years already. After Xianxia handed over the Forceful Charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the Forceful Kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the Forceful Kill token. Xianxia appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restrictions still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xianxia looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xianxia, he no longer paid him any attention. Then, he looked at Lung Exen, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xianxia could not make out his true expression. The human demon sees, Mo, Rand, took the initiative. When he saw Xiaoqian's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiaoqian's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiaoqian felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiaoqian's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now, all Xiaoqian pursued was the great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiaoqian, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiaoqian's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The forceful charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. Are you sure you want to use the forceful charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the forceful charge token. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation, he replied calmly, I'm sure. It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words, I'm sure, immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiao Chun appeared with the forceful charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well, you can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other three did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiao Chun would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon C's Mo Ran. Of the four, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiao Chun chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then, it should be Sima Ling Xian or Lung Xian. Coincidentally, these two are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiao Chun would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other three left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiao Chun did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiao Chun was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon, you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiao Chun chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, That's right. The white-robed Xiao Chun appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, I am Xiao Chun. Please give me some pointers. In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight! Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed, and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Bai Yan, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the Chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then, he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon, Xiao Chun was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious, man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chun. Retreat again. Xiao Chun, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ha ha! You are only SOSO. Scram! Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then, he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xianxia to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xianxia had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xianxia did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xianxia knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xianxia retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xianxia took this step, he instantly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber and launched the Thunder Dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunder clouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. Kung Chang. The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xianxia's saber. When Xianxia stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with one step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xianxia's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xianxia's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xianxia moved like a berserk dragon. Xianxia walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xianxia's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. He took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xianxia. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xianxia sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xianxia to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xianxia just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell, and the dragons fled far away. Xianxia stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon C's Mo Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xianxia's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xianxia. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks." "Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Rand smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon, he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin. It had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human-demon mixed blood, something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiao Chun in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body-tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon War body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Xiao Chun took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon sword, he executed the Thunder Dragon Chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. Dang! The Thunder Dragon Chop broke through Mo Ran's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Ran's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Ran's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then, he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiao Chun did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Kasie. The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Ran's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiao Chun still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiao Chun's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiao Chun quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiao Chun did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiao Chun had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even a martial technique that Xiao Chun used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Ran's monstrous defense. Earlier, Zhang Feng had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiao Chun's Thunder Dragon Chop could not break the defense of Mo Ran's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant Glory? Xiao Chun's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiao Chun remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiao Chun was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiao Chun from the very start, saying that Xiao Chun would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiao Chun to attack continuously. Then, when Xiao Chun was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Ran's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiao Chun's martial technique. Then, he could just chase after Xiao Chun and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the White Robe Bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Ran's lips curled up as he mocked Xiao Chun. Then he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiao Chun was completely immune to Mo Ran's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiao Chun's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he stared at Mo Ran's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern, a cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Ran's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him, like Xiao Chen's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Ran's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Mo Ran's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, You are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yin get down? You'll do the same. Chi. The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Chen's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Chen's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant, the ground cracked and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. Whoosh! In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon chop. Kassier. When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long, bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point, the victor was already decided. Xiao Chen was not stingy. He answered honestly, In the next fight, there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence. Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Chen to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, Just you wait. When my Earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then, I will come back to take revenge for today. Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then, he left the city without looking back. Xiao Chen looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Chen chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Chen could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Chen took note of this youth expert from the Human Demon Sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Chen came with a forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with a forceful kill token? It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Chun will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Lung Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Chun now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Chun's expression still did not change. Xiao Chun looked around at Sima Lingxian and Lung Xian before fixing his gaze on Lung Xian. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Lung Xian said expressionlessly, "I am Lung Xian of the Ice Sea. Please give me some pointers." After greeting Xiao Chun, Lung Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Chun's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiao Chun showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiao Chun's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the arena. The 2 looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then, they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the 2's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the 2's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The 2 drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the berserk lightning saber soul and the cold sword soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The 2 leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiao Chun and Lung Xian clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh! 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 The 2 retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the 2 clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiao Chun's thunder dragon steps or Lung Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the 2 figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the 2's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the two, who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. Two bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xianxia's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Lung Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful, and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xianxia's simple tyranny. The two moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface, it looked like a moon, but in reality, it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, the two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy, even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely. There was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xianxia stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Lung Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xianxia looked at Lung Xian and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Lung Xian's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xianxia's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Lung Xian before Xianxia possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques and was very strong. If not for his saber soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xianxia would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xianxia's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Lung Xian's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Lung Xian's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Lung Xian's wound, Xianxia's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xianxia believed that Lung Xian was no weaker than him. This was even because Lung Xian spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Lung Xian might even be stronger than Xianxia. However, Xianxia held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party sword techniques were much stronger than Xianxia's, Lung Xian would not be able to defeat Xianxia if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Lung Xian wanted to compete with him again, Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xianxia said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xianxia dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Lung Xian a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xianxia would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Lung Xian sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xianxia did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the Flame Rock Sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xianxia wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xianxia was already very indifferent to it. his mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Long Xian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiao Chun was even more indifferent to victory than Long Xian himself. Many thanks. Long Xian bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Long Xian could still calmly take a step back, all for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind, there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiao Chun. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingxuan's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. "You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There's no need to be so reserved. Please." Xiao Chun extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Long Xian quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Eye Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million Mighty Eye Soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz. Long Xian's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Long Xian's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Long Xian, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Long Xian vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed, and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Long Xian stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Long Xian executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, 1,000,000 mighty eye soldiers swept through the four seas. Cold lights flickered and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Long Xian sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Long Xian sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1,000,000 mighty eye soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Long Xian placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiao Chun spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiao Chun stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number, but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiao Chen's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiao Chun executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky. Boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiao Chun executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers do to me? Lung Xian's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiao Chen's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space? That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Lung Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then, determination appeared in his eyes. Lung Xian pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then, he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood, as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up? In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the painting suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Lung Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xiao Chen majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chun brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With a roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Lung Xian to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Lung Xian accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then, he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xiao Chun had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xiao Chun had not won easily. Lung Xian's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xiao Chun and Lung Xian, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xiao Chen's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xiao Chen's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yun, Imo Ran, and Lung Xian were defeated one after another. Now, Xiao Chun, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xiao Chen's current state, he had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Lung Xian's 1,000,000 Mighty Eye soldiers. Although Xiao Chun had relied on his own strength to force back the 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword intent, Xiao Chun found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xiao Chun wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword intent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xiao Chun had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation, which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingxuan's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain, and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time, he said, "Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I'm still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth?" Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Ka! Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chun with a complicated expression. Then, he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiao Chun, no one knew what happened. As Xiao Chun watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingxuan's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiao Chun first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiao Chun was fortunate. In the final battle of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiao Chun, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiao Chun was despair as well. If Xiao Chun saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiao Chun became the first outstanding talent to use the Forceful Kill token in 10,000 years. Xiao Chun obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 Essence Stones and 3 medial grade profound martial techniques. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with one saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiao Qin's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Xianxia. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yin and Ba Tu, Xiaoqin handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique. Just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiaoqin. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. By the time he reached the human demon sea, his cultivation would have reached peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the death fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiaoqin immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiaoqin entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiaoqin felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiaoqin. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiaoqin's shoulder. Xiaoqin tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiaoqin. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big Sister Ao Jiao, look who is back. Bang! When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiaoqin. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior? Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Ignore this old man. How is the Outstanding Talents Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiaoqin thought to himself, it looks like these 2 are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I was right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of Sovereign Martial Emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiaoqin finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King, Sang Mu, was at his peak. At that time, Sang Mu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Sang Mu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Sang Mu clear his sovereign tribulation. The two were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Sang Mu would forever be his senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiao Chun asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then, he said in a sorrowful tone, "It's a long story. Back then, I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches, I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now, I call her that the moment I see her, and I still get beaten up." The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiao Chun smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiao Chun could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance?" The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesman displayed, the unique comprehensions of the will of ice and the will of storm, the previous Overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingxuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling, outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiao Chun displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiao Chun, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiao Chun still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiao Chun under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingxuan's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly, Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Huchi. That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then, he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the sovereign martial emperor Sex Boxiong, Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zhong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingxuan's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zhong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous Great Bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the Outstanding Talent Summit meetings matter. At the last moment, you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, "Adoptive father, I don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, there will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand, harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents." Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, "Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate?" It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off? No. Have you given up on working hard? No. Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all? No. A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxuan's confused eyes to slowly light up. Now, he answered with more and more strength. "Do you still feel that you are useless?" Sima Lingxian replied sullenly, "No." "Very good. In that case, let me tell you." Xiaoqian swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity's sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent. Zhong Buxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone. Chapter 1185. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. "Adoptive father, you never told me all this before. I never told you either. If Xiao Chun does not advance to martial emperor within 4 years, he will have only 20 more years of lifespan, becoming a meteor and disappearing in a flash." Zhong Buxiong continued. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he was flabbergasted. This news was simply too shocking, completely unexpected. You feel that he is so strong that he makes others despair, putting you under a mountain of pressure. However, can your pressure be greater than his? Zhong Buxiong continued. Look at him. He looks like he is about to collapse. Many people in the heavenly starry ocean are laughing at him. After the Qing Emperor, many people in the Kunlun realm are waiting for him to become a meteor. In terms of pressure, among the outstanding talents of this generation, no one can surpass him. Zhong Buxiong continued. I can accept that your talent is not as good as his and your luck is not as good as his. However, don't lose to him in this aspect. A man has to cry unbridledly for once. Tears are the most precious thing in this world. You have to celebrate the fact that you can still cry. Some people can't even cry when they want to. Zhong Buxiong's words were like a bolt from the blue. striking Sima Lingxian and startling him to his senses, freeing him from the mental barrier that had plagued him for 10 years. Unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected things. The person whom Sima Lingxian regarded as his lifelong rival had actually experienced so much in the Kunlun realm in the past 10 years. Adoptive father, thank you. Sima Lingxian had many things to say, but he did not know how to express them. He could only say thank you. Zhong Buoxiong smiled happily. He knew that Sima Lingxian had completely broken free of his mental barrier. In this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxuan's future accomplishments would definitely surpass his own. Zhong Buoxiong did not have any children. Back then, when he saved this child from the hands of the Black Sea pirates, he knew that this was a gift from heaven. Ha! Come, father will bring you out to drink. Wipe away your tears, and let's go celebrate. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not know about Sima Lingxuan's transformation. At this moment, he was in the Flame Rock Castle, receiving an exceptionally serious interrogation from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Are you going to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? Of course he had to inherit it. Otherwise, how could he obtain the extinct death fruit? If he did not cultivate the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor, he would not be able to break through the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm and enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm within a year. Therefore, when he heard from Ao Jiao that there was a death fruit in the treasure left behind by the Thunder King, Xiao Chun agreed without much thought. In fact, he had already guessed that there was a hidden story. With the huge amount of resources left behind by the Thunder King, with Ao Jiao's concern for him, she should have told him long ago. In the end, it dragged on until he had to obtain the Thunder King's relic before he agreed to bring him to the location of the Thunder King's relic. Seeing Xiao Chun nod, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao and asked, Big sis, you did not tell him what kind of responsibility there is for inheriting the Thunder King's relic, right? Ao Jiao revealed a complicated expression. Then, she shook her head and did not say anything. Indeed, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed an expression of understanding. Then, he looked at the confused Xiao Chun and said, Big sis did not tell you. In that case, I'll tell you. The person who inherits the Thunder King's relic has to take revenge for him and find out who killed him. Xiao Chun felt confused. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. Since he inherited the Thunder King's relic, taking revenge for him was naturally reasonable. Brat, it looks like you really do not know what the consequences are for inheriting the Thunder King's relic. The Flame Rock Sovereign said with a grave expression, If it were that simple, I would have inherited the Thunder King's relic many years ago. The Flame Rock Sovereign showed some helplessness on his face. A clear trace of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. The Flame Rock Sovereign was a completely different person from his usual, joking attitude. Given the Flame Rock Sovereign's current cultivation, he would not gain any benefits from inheriting the Thunder King's relic. What the Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to do was to take revenge for the Thunder King. However, the matter did not seem that simple. Hence, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not dare to make a move casually. Perhaps, he felt a deep fear of this unknown enemy. The Flame Rock Sovereign said unhurriedly, You don't understand. You simply don't understand how strong the Thunder King was back then. When he advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could already challenge the Prime Thunder King. However, he only barely lost him by one move. In the past, Xiao Chun did not understand how strong the Thunder King was. However, when he heard Ao Jiao talk about the Thunder King, Sang Mu lost to the Thunder King by one move, Xiao Chun did not have a clear idea. However, the scene at the King Conferral ceremony, where the Thunder Sovereign faced the Heaven-abandoning Deity Sovereign and the Heaven-punishing Corpse God alone without any fear, showed how strong the Thunder Sovereign was. Even when two primes worked together, they could not suppress the Thunder King. In other words, if Sang Mu had not challenged the Thunder King, but Emperor Forsaken or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God, the winner would definitely have been the Thunder King Sang Mu. The faction behind the person who dares to kill the Thunder King might involve a prime. Xiao Chun felt like this was a blow to his head. The number of primes in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Including the primes of the oceanic world, there were no more than 2 hands. Primes represented the strongest people in this world. They had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the martial epic. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Chun, not wanting him to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. If the one who killed the Thunder King was a prime, then it would be impossible for Xiao Chun to take revenge. Most of the primes of the Kunlun realm were gathered in the Kunlun continent. Back then, the Thunder King had been surrounded and attacked in the Kunlun continent. In that case, was the prime who killed him the deity race's Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, or the heaven-punishing corpse god? When Xiao Chun raised these questions, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejected them all. He shook his head and said, "No, the Thunder King is not dead. These people would not dare to make a move on Big Brother Sangmu. He killed the bearer of luck of my human race. The Thunder King's revenge will not rest until he dies." Those who fear the Thunder King's revenge would definitely not make a move. That was to say, the few primes of the Kunlun realm on the surface were not the ones who killed the Thunder King. This was because these primes all had factions and clansmen behind them that they could not bear part with. They would not dare to fall out with the Thunder King. In that case, if it was not these people, then who was the one behind this? The 18 demon monarchs of the Deep Abyss? The 18 demon monarchs were all as strong as sovereign martial emperors. The top few were even as strong as primes. There were detailed records of all these during the past few demonic tribulations. However, if the demon monarchs wanted to cross the barrier of the sky and enter the Kunlun realm, they would cause a startling commotion. If the demon monarchs really did this, then the cause of the Thunder King's death would not be a mystery to this day, something that no one could resolve. Based on the current information, after the duel between Sangmu and the Thunder King, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's ancestor leaked the information, revealing Sangmu's whereabouts. After that, Sangmu fought with the mysterious cultivator with severe injuries, leaving behind an irreversible fatal wound. At this point, there was no hope for him. The news of the Thunder King's death quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. After that, the Thunder King went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land, to ask for a lunar stone with divine nature to protect Ao Jiao. After that failed, he killed the holy scion of that time and forcefully snatched away the complete divine grade lunar stone. After that, the Thunder King made arrangements for his inheritance and returned to the Sky Dome realm, the place where his legend began. Because the Thunder King was already a dead person, although he broke the rule that Emperor Wu could not come to the Sky Dome realm, he did not receive any blame or investigation. Who would care so much about a dead person? Whether the mysterious cultivator who left a fatal wound on the Thunder King was dead or alive was still unknown. Right now, the only key to solving this mystery was the eternal heavenly sword ancestor. In the past, no one knew of the existence of this eternal heavenly sword ancestor. They even thought that he had died long ago. However, Xiao Qin knew that not only was this person alive, but he was also closely related to the Thunder King's death. There was still a chance. As long as Xiao Chun could pry open this person's mouth, he would be able to learn the truth behind the Thunder King's death. I will inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. Even if the person who killed him will drag in a prime, I will not have any fear. Xiao Qin never hesitated. Even if it was a prime, he did not fear it. He only hesitated because he wanted to figure out the crux of this matter and see if he could solve this mystery. Since the mystery could be solved, there was no need for Xiao Chun to hold back. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He sighed and said, "I knew that you would not hesitate because of this. However, you should not push yourself too hard at any time. There are still many people behind you who care about you. Worry about your own life. Don't make those people sad." As the Flame Rock Sovereign said this, his gaze wandered around Ao Jiao. The person he was referring to went without saying. Feeling the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Old man, don't try to boost his morale with your words. My Xiao Chun might be able to become a prime in the future and sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world." The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This goal is really big. Even the current Thunder King is only shaking the world with his might. Whether it was a joke or a bold statement, sweeping through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, this ultimate goal was deeply imprinted in Xianxia's heart. 3 days later, Xianxia went to the Dark Blood Pool to collect the final reward of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Perhaps Xianxia's physical body had already reached a certain level and needed to rely on the blue dragon body nourishing art to improve it. The Dark Blood Pool did not have a significant effect on Xianxia. After coming out, Xianxia took his leave in a low-profile manner. Then, he left Dark City and headed for the distant Human Demon Sea. When Xianxia thought about Yu Bingyun, who had agreed to travel with him, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, he still had to walk this path. If he wanted to sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, he had to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years first. The white-robed bladesman left just like that. However, many cultivators would never forget his deeds for the rest of their lives. After this short trip to the Black Sea, the name of the white-robed Xianxia would become a legend among cultivators thousands of years later. Whether Xianxia was willing or not, his legendary journey would continue. Whoosh! The bright and beautiful sunlight descended. The sun that Xianxia had not seen in a long time returned to his eyes. After flying at full speed for 10 days, the Flood Dragon War Chariot finally brought Xianxia out of the Human Demon Sea. It was time to say goodbye to the lingering dark clouds, the most distinctive dark clouds of the Black Sea. During this short trip to the Black Sea, Xianxia had gained a lot. He obtained the life and death art that the Bloodsword Sovereign left behind on Blackwater Island and found the secret technique for breaking through to great perfection in advance, the Blue-Robed Emperor. Chapter 1186. At the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Xianxia successfully obtained an authentic medial-grade, profound martial technique and several thousand essence stones that could support him until he reached peak great perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor. He got to see outstanding talents from different sea regions. While they might not be a match for Xianxia, they gave Xianxia a different combat experience. Xianxia now knew that there was always someone better. On the path of the martial Tao, there would always be geniuses who could come up with wondrous ideas that he could not even imagine. In 10 days, Xianxia had a rough understanding of the medial-grade, profound martial technique that he obtained. He discovered that this medial-grade, profound martial technique was extremely hard to comprehend. This medial-grade, profound martial technique was called Thousand-Year Hegemony Establishment. It was boundlessly tyrannical and involved the will of kingship as well as some of the mysteries of the state of time. Even the current primes could not comprehend the state of time. Naturally, Xianxia did not either. As Xianxia read on, it was as he expected. The one who researched this martial technique was a powerhouse from the ancient era, Emperor Wu. That was the Kunlun realm's most glorious era of the martial Tao, when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages filled the streets. Xianxia estimated that he would need at least 1 month to understand the meaning of the martial technique. After that, he would need another 5 days to understand some of the basics. After that, he would practice for half a month to see if he could use it as he pleased. If Ba Tu and Ba Yu, who also obtained medial-grade profound martial techniques, or Zhao Feng, knew about such a fast comprehension speed, they would definitely cry. That Zhao Feng worked hard for 2 months and barely managed to execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. He could not control it freely at all. It's true, might was not even as strong as the inferior-grade profound martial techniques that Xianxia was familiar with. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front. The wind was as sharp as a saber, seeming like it could tear through the air. Xianxia put down the secret manual and looked over. He saw a flock of large birds with metallic feathers 20 kilometers away, flying in his direction in a flock. Xianxia sensed that these birds were blue-robed emperor, level ferocious beasts. The strong wind from their wings increased instead of weakening after 10 kilometers. Troublesome. There were too many gales. If an ordinary blue-robed emperor was surrounded by these wind blades, they would inevitably suffer some flesh wounds. Frowning slightly, Xianxia's eyes shone with a golden light and a white light. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame flew out at the same time and chased each other. Soon, an enormous Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared before the war chariot. All the wind blades that flew over were completely incinerated when they collided with the flame diagram. After Xiao Chun withdrew the yin-yang flame diagram, he waved his hand, and little yellow feather flew out excitedly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun flew towards the flock of ferocious birds. When these large birds got close, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Chun. They were suitable for little yellow feather to practice with. Ignoring little yellow feather's situation, Xiao Chun took out the sea chart and looked at it. He felt somewhat melancholic as he discovered that the sea chart stopped at the Black Sea. The human demon sea was already at the edge of the oceanic world. Most of the sea region between the Black Sea and the human demon sea was the desolate sea. Furthermore, it was very large. There were very few accurate sea charts in the heavenly starry ocean that could record such a large area. Xiao Chun could only find a general direction and explore it slowly. Driving the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chun continued his journey. For the remaining 10 days, Xiao Chun only saw the vast sea and speckled desolate islands. Occasionally, he ran into all sorts of ferocious beasts. However, he did not see anyone. Xiao Chun wondered if this Flood Dragon War Chariot was too fast, causing him to go in the wrong direction. If the war chariot was too fast and went in the wrong direction, by the time he reacted, he might end up in a completely different direction. On this particular day, Xiao Chun finished cultivating and used the essence stone in his hand. The instant he opened his eyes, he happened to see a group of cultivators in the air. He immediately revealed an expression of joy. After more than 20 days without seeing anyone, one could easily imagine Xiao Chen's current mood. Under Xiao Chen's command, the 4 blue-robed emperor level flood dragons sped towards that group of people. This was a group of blue-robed emperor level experts. The leader was a gray-robed, middle-aged man with a mature air. He was a consummation blue-robed emperor level cultivator. When he saw Xiao Chun driving the Flood Dragon War Chariot over, he waved his hand and immediately got everyone to raise their guard. Friends, there is no need to worry. We do not have any malicious intentions. We're just here to ask for directions. Xiao Chun stopped the Flood Dragon War Chariot 5 kilometers away and made his intentions clear, lest there be any unexpected problems. What a strong war chariot! The 4 flood dragons are all blue-robed emperor level. This is probably the peak king grade war chariot. It is really awe-inspiring. Big brother, that brat seems to be only a great perfection blue-robed emperor level cultivator. Furthermore, he is alone. As Xiao Chun sized up this group of people, they all sized up Xiao Chun as well. When they saw the Flood Dragon War Chariot, their eyes lit up. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed, middle-aged man as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly calmed down and stopped his restless subordinates. This is the Dragon Grave Sea. Where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked as he performed a cupped fist salute. This gesture also expressed his goodwill. It was an unspoken rule among cultivators. Xiao Chun put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and arrived before this group of people with a flash. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I come from the Dark Sea. What sea region is this Dragon Grave Sea? I have never heard of it before. Can you tell me how far it is from the Human Demon Sea?" The gray-robed man smiled and said, "The Dragon Grave Sea is just a small sea region. It is normal not to have heard of it. However, I believe you have heard of the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands." Distant Sea Dragon Grave Sea. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he guessed something. He said, "Could it be that one of the 8 great forbidden lands, the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, is in this Dragon Grave Sea?" The gray-robed man nodded and said, "This is how the Dragon Grave Sea got its name. Our group is planning to go to a dragon grave to adventure. If you want to go to the Human Demon Sea, the direction is correct. However, it is still very far away." Xiao Chun thanked the gray-robed man and asked, "Can you sell me a sea chart? I could pay a high price for it." Unexpectedly, The black-robed man shook his head and rejected Xianxia. Just as Xianxia felt suspicious, the black-robed man pointed in a direction and said, "If you follow this direction for another 500 kilometers, you will see an archipelago. It is very cheap to buy a sea chart there. There is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it from me." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help having a good impression of this middle-aged man. He said, "I am Xianxia. Can I know your name? If we meet again in the future, I will definitely thank you heavily." The gray-robed man smiled faintly and said, "I am Lu Hao. There is no need to thank me heavily. It is just a small favor." After they parted, one of the gray-robed man's companions immediately said excitedly, "Big Brother Lu, how could you just watch as a fat lamb slipped away? Indeed, just that Flood Dragon War Chariot is worth tens of millions of black astral coins. It is much better than us going to the dragon grave to try our luck. It is just a great perfection, blue-robed emperor. There are so many of us, and Big Brother is a consummation blue-robed emperor. What is there to fear?" The gray-robed man's expression turned serious as he said coldly, "You are short-sighted. Not to mention this person, just his eyes alone made me not dare to underestimate him. Just based on the fact that he heard your discussion and still dared to come alone, it means that he is not someone we can deal with." Seeing that there were still a few people in the group who were not convinced, the gray-robed man could not be bothered with them. This group had been put together at the last minute and did not have a deep relationship with them. Some people's hearts had already changed. There was no point in trying to force them to stay together. If any of you want to leave the group, you better scram now. Otherwise, you might end up harming everyone after you go to the dragon grave," the gray-robed man said coldly. The moment the gray-robed man said that, a few people immediately felt tempted. Without saying anything else, they flew in the direction that Xianxia had taken. When these people were far away, Lu Hao said indifferently, "There's no need to care about them. They're already dead people." Lu Hao's confident tone sent a chill down the backs of some of the people who did not go. After putting away the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xianxia, who was dressed lightly, followed the direction that the gray-robed man Lu Hao pointed. After walking for 1 hour, he finally saw the silhouette of an island. That was right. It was indeed a group of islands densely packed together, forming a large group of islands. If one looked down from the sky, one would discover that the silhouette of this group of islands resembled a coiling dragon. Normally, one would not see any islands in the desolate sea. Now that he saw so many islands, Xianxia revealed a gratified smile. He no longer had to worry about going the wrong way and getting lost. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned. He lowered his head to look at the sea under his feet, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, when he sent his spiritual sense to the bottom of the sea, he revealed an expression of relief. Xianxia had only exchanged a few words with that gray-robed man. However, based on his intuition, Xianxia concluded that this gray-robed man was more cautious and experienced. Although this gray-robed man was greedy, he could control himself well. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. When Xianxia noticed that someone was following him at the bottom of the sea, he found it strange that the gray-robed man had returned. When he used his spiritual sense to see that it was the other three, he understood. Xiaoqian's lips curled up in a faint smile as he stopped. He could not be bothered to waste time with these people. He circulated all the law energy in his body and took the initiative to strike the sea, throwing a palm strike. A resplendent bright moon that looked like fire exploded in the deep sea, kicking up towering waves that surged up continuously for 50 kilometers around. When Xiaoqian raised his palm strike, he executed his killing move, the 1,000-year flame. The bright moon exploded in the water, carrying Xiaoqian's lofty aspirations. It kicked up 1,000 layers of waves and soared through the clouds. Following a few cries, 3 figures leaped out of the water. All of them were covered in wounds, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Although the vast, explosive force of the 1,000-year flame was split among the 3, it was somewhat reduced. However, these 3 were caught off guard. They were still thinking about how to sneak attack Xiaoqian when the 1,000-year flame struck them while they were unprepared, severely injuring them in an instant. The unexpected palm strike immediately dispelled these three's thoughts of robbing Xianxia. Horror appeared in their eyes as they tacitly split up and fled. Since Xianxia had already made a move, he had no intention of letting these three off. If they wanted to target him, then they had to be prepared to pay the price. A murderous intent flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he executed Thunder Dragon steps. With every step he took, hundreds of lightning dragons shot out of the seawater. Chapter 1187. One step, one saber strike. After 3 saber strikes, the 3 figures merged. The already severely injured 3 people were chopped in half by the Thunder Dragon chop. This place was already not far from that island. Many cultivators passed by this place. When these people saw Xiaoqian's means, they were all skilled and bold. They did not fear him at all as they pointed and discussed the saber techniques that Xiaoqian executed in soft voices. One incredible bladesman. I don't think I've seen him before. He is probably new. He is only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he can erupt with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is indeed strong. That's nothing. After all, this Dragon Grave Sea does not lack experts. It is not strange. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber. This was a small interlude in the discussions of the bystanders. However, Xiaoqian did not care too much about them as he rushed to the island. Xiaoqian arrived at a nearby island and bought a sea chart from a shop. Then, he spent a little more black astral coins to obtain the information on the Dragon Grave Sea. As its name suggested, the Dragon Grave Sea was named after the distant sea Dragon Grave, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The distant sea Dragon Grave was somewhat similar to the savage continent's Dragon Burial Mound. They were both mysterious lands where dragons were buried. However, one was on land, and the other was the sea. Other than the famous Forbidden Ground, the distant sea dragon tomb, there were other dragon tombs of various sizes and dangers in this region of the sea. The dragon graves contained true dragon remains worth cities, as well as all sorts of natural treasures. If one could obtain any one of them, they would make a huge profit. Furthermore, the dragon graves in this sea all contained extremely precious burial items, which was very wondrous. It was like these distant, ancient true dragons were a race with their own civilization. The burial items included not only all sorts of secret treasures, divine materials, but even martial techniques. Hence, there were many foreign blue-robed emperor cultivators in this archipelago. All of them came to explore the dragon graves, hoping to obtain fortuitous encounters that belonged to them. A thought occurred to Xiaoqian. He was not interested in these dragon graves. Instead, he thought that since there were so many dragon graves, there would definitely be a lot of dragon soul secret treasures and all sorts of natural treasures. Xiaoqian had always needed secret treasures containing dragon souls. Now that the blue dragon body nourishing art had reached the crucial point of the second layer, he urgently needed some secret treasures containing dragon souls to help him break through. There were also many heavenly and earthly treasures. There might even be the flower of life that he needed. The death fruit was among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. There was no need to worry about it. As for the flower of life, it was something that gave Xiaoqian a headache. Normally, the flower of life only appeared in the human-demon sea. Furthermore, it was extremely rare and had not been seen for many years already. There was little hope of finding it here. However, it was good to try his luck. If he could not find it, he would go to the human-demon sea to think of another way. Boss, are there any underground markets here? Xiaoqian asked the shop owner. Normally, such places would have markets, providing a place for those who risk their lives to obtain treasures from the dragon graves to trade. If he wanted to find good things, he would have to go to the underground market. After all, many of the items were obtained by killing others. It was impossible to sell them openly. If he wanted to make a move quickly and safely, he could only do so through the underground market. Although the shop owner was not a cultivator, he had been doing business here for a long time. Naturally, he knew about this. He answered, "Our island is too small. We do not even have a market. Naturally, there is no underground market. The underground market of the Dragon Grave Sea is on Treasure Dragon Island. You can go there and ask around." Many thanks. Xianxia smiled faintly and thanked the shop owner. Then, he flew to Treasure Dragon Island. In the sea chart, the island where Treasure Dragon City was located was the largest island in this archipelago. It occupied the center of the island, where all the adventuring foreign experts gathered. Xianxia walked casually on Treasure Dragon Island. When he glanced around, he saw a group of blue-robed Emperor cultivators walking together. Furthermore, they were all great perfection blue-robed emperors at the very least. Small perfection blue-robed emperors were nowhere to be seen. They were not even worth mentioning. The order on the island was extremely chaotic. Fighting and killing could be seen everywhere. This did not surprise Xianxia. The movement of cultivators in the Dragon Grave Sea was very high. Aside from some merchant associations that occupied this place for a long time, there were no sects or clans here, so they could not set any rules. The largest city on Treasure Dragon Island was Treasure Dragon City. In terms of size, it was no smaller than Blackwater City, which Xianxia had seen before. However, in terms of style, there was no comparison at all. It looked extremely ordinary. There were no guards at the city gates. Actually, there was no need for guards. No one would obediently walk through the city gates. They all flew in without any fear. Xianxia thought to himself, "This place is extraordinarily chaotic. After going to the underground market, I have to leave quickly." The location of the underground market was not hard to find. The entrance was in a restaurant in the city. Behind the market were the few strongest merchant associations in the Dragon Grave Sea. No one dared to cause trouble there, maintaining a pretty good trading environment. After Xianxia paid, he was easily let in. Then, he followed the long and narrow secret path of the restaurant and arrived at the underground market. The market was made up of several trading streets. Wealthy cultivators could rent a shop and sell their treasures. Most cultivators chose to set up stalls. There were many people on the streets. The cultivators on the main street traded in all sorts of things. The other streets were more detailed, either secret treasures, natural treasures, medicinal pills, or secret manuals. Xianxia first went to the place where secret treasures were traded. Then, he casually strolled around. The streets were very crowded. Many cultivators were like Xianxia, wandering around the streets. The secret treasures on display at the stalls were all very unique. They looked ancient and gave off a heavy ancient aura. Occasionally, the words carved on the secret treasures were filled with an ancient charm and a foreign aura. After casually chatting with the stall owner, Xianxia learned that these were dragon race secret treasures from an extremely distant era. Dragon race. I've heard of true dragons before. What's going on with the dragon race? They actually know how to refine their own secret treasures? Xianxia asked, feeling it was strange. That stall owner had nothing to do, so he chatted with Xianxia for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "Who can say for sure what happened during the ancient era? It is probably millions of years ago. It is not surprising that there was a glorious dragon race. This was the post-ancient era. Before the post-ancient era, there was the glorious ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the desolate ancient era. Before the ancient era, there was the distant ancient era." The gap in time was too large. What Xianxia had a better understanding of now was that glorious ancient era, which was at the peak of the martial Tao. Xianxia knew very little about the desolate ancient era, and even less about the history of the distant ancient era. There are not even many remnants left. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. After the end of the immortal epoch, there were too many mysteries in this world. It was not strange that a glorious dragon race appeared during the distant ancient era. "Friend, are there any secret treasures containing dragon souls here? I would like to purchase some. Do you know where I can find them?" Xianxia asked after putting down the secret treasure in his hand. "Secret treasures containing dragon souls?" The stall owner smiled and said, "In that case, you have come to the right place. Every secret treasure here has some degree of dragon soul in it. After all, the original owner was a dragon race cultivator. In theory, the spiritual mark left by the original owner is a dragon soul. There is such a thing." This piqued Xianxia's interest. He casually picked up a secret treasure and sent in his spiritual sense to search for the spiritual mark left by the original owner. After a while, Xianxia felt this spiritual mark and could not help feeling disappointed. It was indeed a dragon's soul. However, it was too weak and would not have any effect on Xianxia. This is a little too much, right? Xianxia smiled and put down the secret treasure. The stall owner did not deny it. He smiled and said, "It is indeed too much. You should be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique that requires the assistance of a dragon soul. In that case, it should be enough for you to buy a superior grade king grade secret treasure. The one you took earlier was only an inferior grade king grade secret treasure." When Xiaochun heard this, he tested it out. Indeed, it was as the stall owner said. The spiritual mark left by a superior grade king grade secret treasure was an extremely strong dragon soul. This probably had something to do with the original owner's strength. The stronger one was, the stronger the spiritual mark would be. "All right, I'll buy the 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures you have." The stall owner's words were true. Xiaochun happily paid the bill, spending 2 million black astral coins to buy all 3 superior grade king grade secret treasures. The stall owner had a wide smile on his face as he watched Xiaochun search for more secret treasures. He muttered, "I wonder where this noble clan's young master came from. He is really straightforward, making a deal with one price." Following that, Xiaochun verified his guess. It was indeed as the stall owner said. As long as it was a superior grade king grade secret treasure of the dragon race, it would all have a strong dragon soul. However, Xiaochun did not make a big purchase. There were many eyes in this place, and there were many experts. There was no guarantee that someone would target him. Choosing a cautious method, Xiaochun spent 2 days in a low-profile manner sweeping up all the superior grade king grade secret treasures on this street. Xiaochun's luck was pretty good. He even found a peak-quality king grade secret treasure with a terrifyingly strong dragon soul in it. Although it did not have any intelligence, its ferocious nature still remained, injuring Xiaochun's spiritual sense. After sweeping through all the secret treasures, Xiaochun spent more than half of the 70 million black astral coins he had. After that, he rushed to the street where natural treasures were sold, trying to find news about the flower of life. In the end, he was unlucky. There was no news at all. Everyone said that it was a species on the verge of extinction. The flower of life had never appeared in the dragon grave seed before. This was an expected result, so Xiaochun was not overly disappointed. After he left, he rented a room in a restaurant and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiaochun had already reached the peak of the blue dragon body nourishing art's second layer long ago. He only lacked divine materials, and he would be able to break through. Now, Xiaochun had bought many secret treasures containing dragon souls and easily made breakthroughs, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art to the 3rd layer. Xiaochun still had a considerable number of secret treasures containing dragon souls. He had not exhausted all of them, so he decided to continue cultivating in one go, stabilizing his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art's 3rd layer. When Xiaochun thought about the cultivation of the azure dragon body nourishing art, it was not something that an ordinary person could cultivate. The resources required were vast. Up until now, Xiaochun had spent close to 100 million black astral coins. However, he had only reached small perfection of the 3rd layer. There were still 6 more layers, each more important than the one before. Furthermore, Xiaochun had discovered a shortcut. Secret treasures containing dragon souls could increase his cultivation speed. If he had not discovered this secret, the expenditure would have been even more horrifying. Chapter 1188. However, the benefits were clear. After condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiaochun's physical body would surpass that of the fiend race geniuses with a heavenly spiritual body. 10 days later, Xiaochun used up all the secret treasures containing dragon souls, including that peak-quality king grade secret treasure. More than 40 million black astral coins were gone, just like that. Xiaochun opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. The moment he stood up, the bones in his entire body gave off crackling sounds. Xiaochun opened his acupoints, and dragon-shaped energy leaked out uncontrollably, spreading throughout the entire room and forming hazy dragon clouds. His entire body felt very comfortable. Xiao Chun felt that his physical body had improved by another level, and his vital qi had increased to 20 dragon force. With a thought, Xiao Chun circulated his energy, and his vital qi surged in his body, giving off dragon roars. After reaching the third layer, Xiao Chun condensed the blue dragon battle armor for the first time. This time, the blue dragon battle armor no longer covered his entire body. Instead, it truly permeated his skin and flesh, forming an incomparably close connection. It felt like it was his own skin. There was no discomfort at all. The battle armor wrapped itself even tighter, and its surface glowed like flowing water. There was also a formless, tyrannical aura of kingship surrounding Xiao Chun as the battle armor appeared, making him look like a human-shaped dragon. If Xiao Chun continued cultivating this, when he brought out the blue dragon battle armor, his entire physical body would change, forming a physique that was somewhere between a human and a dragon. Kasie. With a thought, sharp spikes popped out of Xiao Chun's arms, ankles, and other joints. Then, he stretched his limbs and clenched his fists. He could feel a gushing, river-like energy. Fortunately, this was a superior room with sufficient space and decent soundproofing. This allowed Xiao Chun to familiarize himself with this new blue dragon battle body without worrying too much. Right now, a normal Great Perfection blue-robed emperor is no longer a threat to me. I just don't know how big the gap is between me and half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun withdrew the dragon power from the blue dragon armor and returned to his white robe. His eyes revealed a fiery light as he murmured. The blue dragon body nourishing secret art had stabilized at the third tier, and his strength had increased. This made Xiao Chun extremely eager to fight, and he really wanted to have a great battle with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, he was not an arrogant person who would make trouble out of nothing. He would never take the initiative to provoke a half-step Emperor Wu, or think that he was invincible in the blue-robed emperor realm and challenge a few Great Perfection blue-robed emperors at the same time. Xiao Chun's mental state allowed him to control the inflated confidence that came with his increase in strength. All the major characters who had seen him before, like the Hao-Ian Emperor and the Flame Rock Sovereign, were extremely shocked by Xiao Chun's mental state. It was truly remarkable for Xiao Chun to have such a mental state at such a young age. As the saying went, the greater one's ability, the greater one's desire. Many outstanding talents in history could not overcome this obstacle of desire, ruining their bright futures in their own hands. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chun intended to have a drink before leaving this chaotic place. After pushing open the door, Xiao Chun walked down the corridor. Just as he reached the corner of the second floor, he saw another argument about to turn into a fight. The status of this restaurant in Treasure Dragon City was somewhat like that of the Conflagration restaurant in Dark City. Because there were secret passages leading to the underground market, it had always been very popular. Going in and out, there were many people at every moment, and this was how the conflict arose. Someone in the hall wanted to go out. In the end, an extremely fast youth knocked into that person. The youth who knocked into that person had a fiery temper and started cursing on the spot. Where did this dog come from? How blind? How dare he block my Dugu Ao's path? How reckless! How could the middle-aged man who was knocked into endure this? He had not even lost his temper, yet the person who knocked into him became angry. How preposterous! An intense fight immediately unfolded. Although fighting was prohibited in the underground market, it was not prohibited in the restaurant. The people in the restaurant were used to fighting and whatnot. Seeing that there was something interesting to watch, a group of people came over from the railings of the various floors with wine cups in hand to watch the excitement. Everyone remained as calm as still water, chatting and drinking, commenting on the situation. This was one of the wonders of the Dragon Grave Sea. It's this Dugu Ao again. He is still as arrogant as before. That middle-aged man is probably in trouble. He is probably new and has not heard of Dugu Ao's name before. When Xiao Chun heard the discussions, he could not help but feel interested in this Dugu Ao. Based on the discussions of the others, this Dugu Ao was about 50 years old. Dugu Ao looked extremely young. Clearly, He had advanced to martial sage long ago. However, his appearance would not change beyond 100 years old. Of course, in the Kunlun realm, 50 years old was indeed a very young age. One could not use the standards of Xiao Qin's previous life to look at it. Xiao Qin asked the person beside him, "What is this Dugu Ao's background?" That person wore luxurious clothes and took a sip of wine. He seemed to be in pretty good mood. That person introduced excitedly, "This fellow's background is incredible. He is one of the top 10 young experts of the Human Demon Sea. He is only 50 years old, but he already reached consummation blue-robed emperor. There will not be any problems with him advancing to martial emperor in the future." How enviable. Thinking about it, I spent 100 years as a great perfection blue-robed emperor before I advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. That is already an incredible talent. Compared to this fellow, it is nothing. Xiao Chun felt enlightened. However, he did not think that it was incredible. Becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor at 50 years old was indeed an incredible talent. However, compared to his generation, he was still far from it. Not to mention Xiao Chun, just comparing Di Wux's group of people who knew what kind of improvements they had in the astral battlefield. As long as they could persevere and survive, they would probably have reached great perfection blue-robed emperor by now. Furthermore, most of them were only about 30 years old. Given the talent of this group of people, they would not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor in less than 5 years. If they had some other fortuitous encounter, they might even be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in 2 or 3 years. As for Xiao Chun himself, even without the Bloodsword Sovereign's life and death art, he would be able to reach consummation blue-robed emperor in another 3 years. In this great age, when those outstanding talents with luck improved, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they advanced by leaps and bounds. Why do you look like you are not convinced? The cultivator in luxurious clothes holding up a wine cup raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything, continuing to watch the intense battle between the two in front of the door. After watching for a while, Xiao Chun guessed the result. Although that middle-aged man was also a consummation blue-robed emperor and was pretty strong compared to Dugu Ao, his movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body was far weaker. However, compared to Dugu Ao, Xiao Qin's movement technique, strength, martial technique, and physical body were far inferior. Defeat was just a matter of time. Now that Xiao Chun knew the result, he lost some interest and stopped paying attention to the battle in front of the door. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiao Chun picked a good seat on the second floor and ordered a table full of food and wine, minding his own business as he ate. However, the result somewhat exceeded Xiao Qin's expectations. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was about to lose, a half-step Emperor Wu appeared. A strange black snake tattoo hung down on this dazzling bald man's head, covering half of his face. That snake head happened to overlap with his left eye, looking extremely sinister. The moment the bald half-step Emperor Wu revealed his cultivation, he immediately shocked the crowd and saved that middle-aged cultivator. Big brother. When the middle-aged man saw the bald man arrive, he revealed an expression of joy. So, it is a friend of the bald-headed snake, Wuxia. No wonder he dares to oppose Dugu Ao. Clearly, this bald man was quite famous. Many people in the restaurant knew him. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him. Young man, there is no need to be too arrogant. I will not bother with you this time. Wuxia looked coldly at Dugu Ao. Then, he quickly led the middle-aged cultivator away from his place. Although Dugu Ao did not fear this bald man, he knew that he was not a match for him. If he fought head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Seeing the other party leave, Dugu Ao cursed unhappily. Then, he headed for the second floor. Dugu Ao looked around and immediately spotted a good spot for Xiao Chun. Then he walked over. Scram, I've taken a fancy to this spot. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. To the others, Dugu Ao's actions were very normal. I'm stronger than you, so I have the authority to tell you to scram. If you are as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu, you can tell Dugu Ao to scram as well. When most people encountered such a situation, they would pinch their noses and leave. In the Dragon Grave Sea, this was not a big deal. Interesting, this brat was unconvinced earlier. Now that he ran into Duguayao, he has no choice but to accept it. The well-dressed man who introduced Duguayao to Xiao Chun earlier said with a smile as he held up his wine cup. Xiao Chun ignored Duguayao's words. He calmly drank his wine and ate as if he did not hear what Duguayao said. You are seeking death. Duguayao was already in a bad mood in the first place. Earlier, he suffered at the hands of the half-step Emperor Wu. Now, an insignificant, great perfection blue-robed emperor dared to clash with him. His anger immediately flared up. Duguayao raised his hand and punched at Xiao Chun. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chun's calm eyes. Xiao Chun gently flicked his right hand, and one of the two chopsticks in his hand flew at Duguayao's eyes like an arrow. The other quickly spun and clashed with Duguayao's fist. Whoosh! The strong wind was like a saber. The spinning chopsticks kicked up a sharp gale, blowing up all the hair in front of Duguayao's forehead. This allowed Duguayao to see even more clearly. The chopstick stabbing at his eyes was like an unparalleled treasure saber, boundlessly sharp and containing a horrifying saber intent. Duguayao's face sank. He had not expected to run into an expert. His thoughts raced. He could not think of any other way to deal with this, aside from retreating. Bang! When the spinning chopstick struck Duguayao's fist, he immediately felt pain. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled back his fist to protect his eyes and quickly retreated. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. His right hand moved as fast as lightning, moving at a dazzling speed to grab the chopsticks flying at Duguayao's eyes. When Xiao Chun retreated, the second spinning chopstick happened to turn around. The two chopsticks returned to Xiao Chun's hands. Then, he picked up some food and drank some wine. However, he still did not look at Duguayao. After testing the waters, Xiao Chun's simple and miraculous two chopsticks easily forced back the enraged Duguayao, shocking everyone present. Chapter 1189. If not for the people present having extremely sharp eyes, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Chun had stopped picking up food. The most shocked person was none other than the finely dressed man. He choked on his wine and coughed endlessly. Dang! Xiao Chun put down the wine cup in his hand heavily. Then, he raised his head and looked at Duguayao with a sharp gaze. He said, I was just looking for someone to practice with. You're a pretty good opponent. However, this place is too small. I believe you feel restricted as well. How about we go somewhere else? Duguayao was indeed a pretty good opponent. Xiao Chun was not lying when he said that. Duguayao was strong even among the consummation blue-robed emperors. Duguayao's earlier punch had been executed in a moment of desperation. There were countless openings. Even though Xiao Chun easily forced him back with two chopsticks, he could not deny Duguayao's strength. Xiao Chun could clearly recognize this point. If Xiao Chun wanted to defeat Duguayao, he would have to put in some effort. After all, Duguayao was 20-odd years older than Xiao Chun and possessed great talent. Furthermore, he was a demon mixed blood. However, that was all to it. Duguayao was just slightly harder to deal with, not enough to scare Xiao Chun. Duguayao was young and frivolous, brimming with vigor. How could he endure such provocation? He grinned and said, It is just some flashy moves, and you dare to spout nonsense in front of me. You're truly bold. I will do as you wish. You can choose any location in this treasure dragon city. The two of you are outstanding young talents. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. Just as the two prepared to make a move, a voice rang out in their minds at the same time. This was a voice projection. Furthermore, it was sent to two people at the same time. The technique was very exquisite. Xiao Chun's and Duguayao's expressions changed at the same time. They both sent out their senses, trying to find the person who sent the voice projection. In the end, the two were somewhat shocked to discover that they could not find the person who sent the voice projection at all. He had seen the two's every move and was clearly not far away. However, with the two's cultivations, they did not discover the other party immediately. Xiao Chun swept out with his spiritual sense and could only determine a rough direction. The person who sent the voice transmission should be in a private room on the 5th floor. However, they did not know which booth it was. The cultivation of the person who sent the voice projection should be much higher than theirs. Half-step Emperor Wu. In their minds, these 4 words appeared at the same time. There was actually a half-step Emperor Wu in this restaurant. Immediately, they did not dare to act rashly. They did not know what the person who sent the voice transmission was planning. There's no need to keep looking. If the 2 of you are willing to stop here, you can stay at this restaurant tonight at noon. I will give you a good fortune. The meaning behind his words was clear. He fancied the strength of the 2 of them and wanted their help. When Duguao heard that, he relaxed. This was not the first time he encountered such a thing. In the Dragon Grave Sea, those who wanted to adventure in the Dragon Grave Sea would usually team up and explore together. Aside from a few bold and talented people, very few people would travel alone. However, this was Duguao's first time encountering a half-step Emperor Wu wanting to team up. This immediately piqued his interest. Consider yourself lucky. There's something going on today, so I'll let you live for a few more days. Duguao smiled proudly and ignored Xiaochun. Then, he went to another table and started eating. Xiaochun also guessed the intention of this person. However, he did not know what the other party was up to, so he decided to wait and see first. When the person who sent the voice projection saw that the 2 did not make another move, he stopped speaking. Clearly, he already had the 2 in his grasp. Ao Jiao, do you think I should go on this trip? Xiaochun was originally planning to leave. When he suddenly received such an invitation, he could not help feeling interested. Why not? This person is so secretive. Furthermore, with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, he still wants to find helpers. Clearly, the dragon grave that he wants to explore is extraordinary. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, rationally continued her analysis for Xiaochun. The most important thing is that with your current strength, you should be able to escape unscathed from a half-step Emperor Wu. You can consider yourself qualified to work with this person. You do not have to fear him playing any tricks. In that case, I'll listen to you. I'll go and see what's going on tonight. A tense battle suddenly came to a halt. This confused several of the cultivators on the 2nd floor. However, this was the Dragon Grave Sea. There would never be a lack of topics to talk about. Soon, the restaurant regained its bustle. Xiaochun returned to his room and took out an essence stone to cultivate. Then, he quietly waited for the other party to summon him. The cultivation of the essence stone allowed Xiaochun's cultivation speed to improve at a gratifying rate. It had only been a short month since Xiaochun left the Black Sea. However, he already reached the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Right now, Xiaochun was using the essence stone to temper his cultivation, laying down a good foundation. After cultivating to the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor, Xiaochun's heavenly laws had already doubled, reaching more than 20,000. Furthermore, as Xiaochun continuously tempered his heavenly laws, they became extremely dense, not loose at all. There would not be a situation where the heavenly laws only had quantity but no quality. Now, Xiaochun only needed to continue tempering his heavenly laws and obtain the flower of life and death fruit. Then, he could use the life and death art to condense a heart of an emperor and break through to consummation blue-robed emperor. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight was clear. Xiaochun, who was cultivating, heard soft footsteps. He opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, knowing that the news he was waiting for had arrived. Knock! Knock! Someone knocked on the door. A manservant outside said, "Dear guest, there's an honored guest in a private room on the 5th floor who has an invitation for you." Xiaochun pushed the door open and accepted the invitation. After asking which private room it was, he sent the manservant away. There was no content in the invitation. It was just an invitation that did not reveal anything, making it seem extremely mysterious. I hope that you will not disappoint me. After putting away the invitation, Xiaochun carried some anticipation and caution as he went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door to the private room. After presenting the invitation, someone invited him in. It turned out that there was a secret room inside. There was a secret pavilion in the private room. There were many people in the secret pavilion. Including Dugu Ao, who had already arrived, there were a total of 9 people. Including Xiao Chun, there were 10. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chun had a rough idea of the situation. Aside from the black-clad old man sitting in the middle, who was the half-step Emperor Wu, the other 8 people were all consummation blue-robed Emperor cultivators. The other 8 were all consummation quasi-emperors. Furthermore, they were more or less on the same level as Dugu Ao. Regardless of whether they were stronger or weaker, they all hid very deeply. A middle-aged couple sat on the right. They carried swords on their backs. Among the group of ruthless people, they were the ones with the least evil aura. Beside the half-step Emperor Wu was an extremely aged old man. This person was probably the oldest in the entire secret pavilion. Xiaochen estimated that he was at least 800 years old. This old man wore a straw raincoat and looked very aged. He looked like he did not care about the affairs of the world. When he saw Xiaochen arrive, he did not even bat an eyelid. There was also a great fatso with a lustful expression. He did not hide his gaze as he stared at the pretty, middle-aged woman with a sword on her back, making that middle-aged swordsman very unhappy. The remaining 3 were 2 women and 1 man. They were all from the fiend race. Their baleful auras were very dense. Who knew how much blood they had on them? One of the women was from the poison spider race. She used black spider silk to make an indistinct spider silk robe. She had a voluptuous figure and a sinister face, giving off an enchanting air. The poison spider race was considered a rather rare fiend race in the oceanic world. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on them for a while longer. One of the women was from the silver shark race. She wore a black veil on her head and showed a cold expression. Xiao Chun could not make out what she was thinking. The other was a fiend race man from the huge elephant race. He had dark skin. When he saw Xiao Chun arrive, he appeared extremely hostile. This was an extremely elite and luxurious team. Not only did they have the half-step Emperor Wu leading them, but the consummation blue-robed emperor that came was also an excellent one. With such a strong team, what kind of dragon grave could they not enter? Yet, the leader of this team was still worried, inviting Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao over. Boss Yang, even if you cannot find anyone, you don't have to make up the numbers. You even managed to recruit the great perfection blue-robed emperor. The huge elephant race man said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chen's hostile expression. Not just anyone can go. Don't throw your life away. After saying that, the huge elephant race man took a step forward and placed his hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, he exerted force, wanting to push Xiao Chen out. The huge elephant race was famous for their boundless strength. They were born with great physical strength. Just a gentle push from them could exert millions of kilograms of force. Everyone knew that the speed at which vital qi circulated was much faster than law energy or veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could send out their vital qi. When several people saw the dark-skinned man suddenly make a move, they expected what would happen next. Xiao Chan would definitely get pushed out and crash into the walls of the secret pavilion. However, to their surprise, when the dark-skinned man made his move, Xiao Chun, who was wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, arrived first and placed his hand on the dark-skinned man's shoulder. After that, there was a loud bang, and the dark-skinned man's body shot out like a cannonball. Then, he fell to the ground, caught off guard. This scene was rather comical. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes lit up. When they looked at Xiao Chun again, they all revealed cautious expressions. This was especially so for Dugu Ao, who was clearly surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chun to have such great physical strength aside from his flashy actions. While Xiao Chen's speed was a factor in pushing the huge elephant race cultivator away, his physical strength could not be underestimated. Enough. There is no need for you to test the person I chose. The half-step Emperor Wu raised his head and rapped the table, shouting to stop the dark-skinned man, who wanted to get up and continue fighting. Everyone has no objections to Dugu Ao's strength. I believe everyone has no objections to this little brother's strength, right? Yang Kai said indifferently. To be able to make a giant elephant race cultivator suffer such a great disadvantage in terms of vital qi, how could we have any objections? The fatty said with a smile, making the dark-skinned giant elephant race man extremely unhappy. However, due to Xianxia's face, the dark-skinned man could not lose his temper, so he could only endure sullenly. All the cultivators expressed that they had no objections. After Xianxia introduced himself, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Since little brother is here, you must have guessed some of my thoughts. In that case, I'll make it short. This old man discovered an 8-star dragon grave that no one has visited before in this dragon grave sea. If little brother is interested, you can join us." Chapter 1190. If you're not interested, it does not matter. I will knock you out and make you sleep for a few days, lest news of us leak out. An 8-star dragon soul. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon soul that no one had visited before. With a thought, Xianxia understood why this Xianxia was so mysterious and even cautiously invited so many people. Xianxia wanted to form a large and luxurious team of elites. Right now, nearly all the known dragon graves in the Dragon Grave Sea have been visited by people, raiding them over and over again. Even if they could gain something, it wouldn't be much. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how valuable an undiscovered dragon grave would be. The reason why Xianxia invited so many people was none other than an 8-star dragon grave. It was already second only to that great forbidden land of the distant sea dragon grave. While it was valuable, the risk was ridiculously high. Even with Xianxia's half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he would not be able to take it all by himself. As for knocking out Xianxia and making him sleep for a few days, that was probably just a lie. If Xianxia did not agree, the people here would definitely gang up on him and silence him. This matter concerned their own interests. How could they show any mercy? Xianxia thought for a while and finally chose to agree. He also wanted to see what kind of treasure land an 8-star dragon grave was. Good. Little friend Xianxia is indeed righteous. In that case, I will say this first. I will take 20% of the treasures in the dragon grave. You can split the rest evenly based on your own abilities. Of course, the scattered treasures along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. There is no need to split them evenly. Xianxia suggested a relatively fair method of splitting the treasures. Then, he continued, since you are all in the same team, you are all in the same boat. No matter what grudges you have in the past, as long as the team is not disbanded, you're not allowed to kill each other. This is especially so if you kill each other for the treasures. I'll say this first. I will cripple whoever makes a move first. The danger of an 8-star dragon grave is greater than you imagine. Don't harm the entire team over this trivial matter. Given the strength of the half-step Emperor Wu, Xianxia's words were very threatening. Of course, it was hard to say exactly what would happen. Which one of them wasn't an arrogant and unruly existence, who didn't have the strength to protect themselves, dared to cooperate with half-step Emperor Wu? Everyone expressed that they would not do such a thing. Then, he raised his head and said, "Good. If you have nothing to prepare, you can set off now." None of them had anything to prepare, so after a brief discussion, they went their separate ways and gathered at the seabed outside the Treasure Dragon Island. After all, a team of 10 people would be too eye-catching, and it would be easy for news to leak. Xianxia, be careful. Although there are many burial items in the 8-star dragon grave, it should be equally dangerous. Who knows what strange things you might run into? Just as they were about to set off, Jiao reminded him. Every time Xianxia took a risk, she would worry about him. Xianxia nodded and said, "I know. I still have that golden plume feather that little yellow feather left behind. It is enough to escape. It's best not to use it." Jiao thought to herself, if I open the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, my strength should increase. At that time, I will be able to help Xianxia a lot. Xianxia only hoped that everything would be fine with Xianxia before that happened. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived at the agreed location under the sea. Xianxia led the way without saying a word. Following Xianxia's footsteps, the group descended continuously. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. After descending for more than 100,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the sea. This place was already in the deep sea. Occasionally, one could see some strange glowing fish, colorful corals, and all sorts of mines amid the darkness. The world at the bottom of the sea was not dull. There were huge trees, winding seamounts, strong ferocious beasts, and many others. Clearly, Xianxia was very familiar with this area, having explored it several times. With great familiarity, Xiaochun led the group to a continuous, towering underwater mountain range and stopped. Whoosh! Xianxia propped up a huge energy barrier and isolated the seawater, encasing everyone inside. Then, he pointed in a direction and said, "That is the entrance to the Dragon Cave. However, there's a formation sealing it. We need to break it forcefully." The group looked in the direction Xianxia pointed. 10 kilometers away, 2 ancient, mottled stone doors locked a huge cave. "Let me do it." The dark-skinned man of the huge elephant race stepped forward and walked out of the energy barrier. Then he started running wildly in the seawater. The huge energy caused the seawater to surge. Xianxia did not stop him. He had checked the stone doors of this cave before. After so many years, the might of the formation had decreased significantly. It would not be difficult to break them. Bang! Xiaochun punched the stone doors, and the entire mountain range started to shake. Countless stone chips fell off the stone doors. However, there were no obvious cracks. Boom! 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 After 10-odd punches, the stone doors shook and looked like they would collapse at any moment. However, they did not collapse. They were very resilient. Xianxia frowned slightly. The toughness of these stone doors surpassed his expectations. Even after so many years, they could still withstand such torture. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the middle-aged couple. Then he said, "Help him." The middle-aged couple each formed a sword art, and the swords on their backs came out of their scabbards with a clang. They were like 2 deep-sea dragons, traveling 10 kilometers in one breath and crashing into the stone doors. Bang! The stone doors completely shattered. Then, the 2 swords returned to their scabbards. This extremely beautiful move attracted many gazes. The dark-skinned man was the most oppressed. After spending 10-odd punches, the 2 swords shattered it. "Let's go. After we enter, do not split up." After Yang Tian said that, he took the lead. The group of people followed behind. However, Xiaochun, who was at the back, felt that the atmosphere here was somewhat strange. So he used the dragon-seeking art to check the geomancy of this place. In the end, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this place was not the place of the dragon renegade. As the saying went, "Those who go with it live, those who go against it die." Only the dragon vein, where the dragon renegade resided, was the best place to bury the dead. As Xiaochun continued to speculate, he was shocked to discover that this was not the dragon vein where the dragon renegade resided. Instead, it was a place where the dragon veins intersected. This thought flashed in Xiaochun's mind. Just as he was about to continue thinking, he discovered that Xianxia was already looking over. So, Xiaochun stopped speculating and followed. Not wanting to arouse the other party's suspicions, Xiaochun quickly followed behind the group and headed for the entrance of the dragon grave. The instant Xiaochun entered the pitch-black entrance, he strangely discovered that although the stone doors were shattered, the seawater could not flow in. As Xiaochun continued walking, the space inside grew larger. Buildings appeared one after another. The style of the buildings was unique. They were crude and simple, giving off a feeling of strength. Compared to the extravagant style of the modern buildings, these buildings appeared rather plain. However, they did give off a feeling of the ancient era style. Most of the remnant was very dilapidated. The buildings had collapsed, and people were lying all over the place. It was difficult to see the full picture, which was somewhat unfortunate. The others were not interested in the buildings of the dragon race's era. They had already experienced it in other dragon graves long ago. However, the further in the group went, the more they felt that something was wrong. This dragon grave seemed too calm. The surroundings were filled with the sound of a group of people stepping on rubble. The strange atmosphere in this quiet environment made one's hair stand on end. It was cold and sinister at a depth of more than 100 kilometers. Walking in an undiscovered dragon grave was not very comfortable. Xiaochun looked around and felt that this place did not look like a dragon grave. It looked like a corner of an ancient era city. How could a dragon grave be built in a city? As Xianxia felt suspicious, he used his strong spiritual sense to capture some indistinct black qi in the air. That qi seeped out from the ground. It was extremely small, but extremely sinister. Xianxia was not the only one who sensed it. Dugu Ao, the human-demon mixed blood, was extremely sensitive to this demonic qi. After he sensed it, he frowned slightly and reported his discovery. I don't know what's going on with this place, but there is actually demonic qi seeping out from the ground. After hearing Dugu Ao's explanation, Fatso, who was in the group, added, "This place is indeed strange. It is ridiculously large. However, I do not see any natural treasures. All I see are all sorts of buildings and demonic qi. There's also demonic energy coming out. Is this a dragon tomb?" The others felt the same way. Aside from the straw-caped old man, they all looked at the half-step Emperor Wu, Yangkai, at the front of the group. Yangkai said indifferently, "I used a specialized secret treasure to test it. It should not be wrong. There is definitely a peak dragon race expert buried here." Xiaoqian had heard of a secret treasure that specialized in testing dragon graves before. This was a secret treasure unique to the Dragon Grave Sea. It could detect the aura of the Dragon Grave Master at the bottom of the sea within 1 kilometer. Then, it would display different stars based on the strength of the aura. Such a secret treasure was extremely rare. However, its accuracy was nearly 100%. Since Yangkai said that, then it should not be wrong. The group did not dwell on this problem for now. They arrived at the remnant and cleared the passageways, walking here and there. When the group arrived at a winding corridor, they looked forward. Statues of dragon race cultivators stood on both sides of the corridor. They wore ancient battle armor and held halberds in their hands, standing upright with their heads held high. Indeed, these are the grave guards of the dragon race. They only appear in dragon graves. There are many of them. This is somewhat problematic. When Dugu Ao saw these dragon race statues, he relaxed his frown. The others were very knowledgeable and recognized the grave guards of the dragon race. After verifying that this was a dragon grave, they all revealed smiles on their faces. However, they did not act rashly. The grave guards of the dragon race were all as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. There were nearly 200 grave guards in one corridor. They did not know if there were any more grave guard around the corner. If they were surrounded by so many mausoleum guards, even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would still be heavily injured. Charge over. The dark-skinned, huge elephant race youth appeared fearless. Without waiting for the group to discuss, he charged over. When Yangkai saw the situation, he wanted to say something. However, after some thought, he could not be bothered to say anything, so he directly charged over. When facing these grave guards, there were no tricks. Although the dark-skinned, huge elephant race youth was rash, he did not have any good ideas. Directly charging over was the most direct method. Chapter 1191. So. The group moved very quickly. After taking 10 steps, the mausoleum guards on both sides of the corridor instantly came to life and charged at the group. The first to bear the brunt was the black-faced, huge elephant race cultivator. His strength was not as weak as the others imagined. The black-faced young man punched out, and the instant the statue jumped down, the head of the black-faced young man exploded. In this environment, he had a unique advantage by unleashing his explosive and swift moves. This allowed him to charge around unhindered, sweeping through everything before him. Don't be fooled by how ferocious he was right now. If the number of winding corridors increased, and he used up the law of energy later on, he would be the one to die the most tragic death. This place can't stop me. Great Fatso chuckled. Faced with the mausoleum guards that continuously jumped down, his body was like a rubber ball bouncing around. Although it was comical, it did not take long for him to catch up to the black-faced man at the very front. The middle-aged couple, who had been swinging their beautiful flying swords, paled in comparison to the huge elephant race cultivators in such an environment. Every step they took was arduous. However, the couple cooperated well. Although they moved slowly, they were not in any danger. The various sword images formed a screen of swords, blocking the mausoleum guards outside the screen of swords. The old man took out a fishing rod and sighed. I'm already so old, yet I still want to compete with the young. It's really not easy. Although he said that, the fishing rod in his hand was not the least bit careless. With the old Taoist combat experience, he made full use of the characteristics of the terrain in this corridor and turned it into his advantage. Every time Xianxia attacked, he stopped at the right time, using the least amount of strength to kill the tomb guards, not wasting any of his energy. The extremely charming, venomous spider race woman felt somewhat restricted in this winding corridor. She could not bring out the advantage of her martial techniques. She didn't have the experience of the old man in the raincoat, and she wasn't like the middle-aged couple who helped each other. As a result, she was surrounded by danger. In this corridor, she was in the most danger. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough. It was just that she wasn't suited to fight in such a complicated environment. The other fiend race woman was very domineering. She held a sharp silver saber in her hand, and a sharp saber chi shot out in all directions. She definitely would not allow herself to be surrounded. She rushed forward continuously. Dugu Ao smiled coldly as he executed an exquisite fist technique in this place. Combined with his movement technique and speed, he was able to perfectly bring out the state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. The river surged and flowed without end, causing him to be like a flood. He followed the concept of his fist technique and charged through the winding corridor. There were no mausoleum guards that could stop him. After a round of danger, everyone in the team displayed their unique martial techniques. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Xiaoqian could tell who was stronger with one look. Xiaoqian more or less knew about everyone's strength. Xiaoqian had the easiest time walking through this winding corridor. Big Fatso was able to avoid the tomb guards with a flick. By relying on his movement technique, Dugu Ao could execute the perfect state of his fist technique despite being surrounded. This already showed the weakness of these tomb guards. Although there were many of them, they were not fast enough. Xiaoqian's Great Perfection Thunder Dragon Steps was no weaker than those two's. In fact, it was even stronger. Naturally, it would be easier for him to move. As Xiaoqian walked, every step he took left behind an afterimage. Every time, he brushed past a large number of tomb guards. Electric afterimages flickered. Xiaoqian moved through this dangerous killing corridor like he was taking a leisurely stroll, appearing very relaxed. Xiaoqian, who was originally the last to leave, quickly caught up to the venom spider race woman, who was surrounded by danger. Without saying anything, Xiaoqian immediately made a move to help, killing the tomb guards behind the venom spider race woman with a palm strike. When Xiaoqian's palm strike landed, dazzling saber lights came from the fallen tomb guards. Then they became riddled with holes and could no longer climb back up. When the tomb guards behind were all killed, the venom spider race woman immediately felt much more relaxed. She thanked Xiaoqian, who was passing by. Xiaoqian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He did not pay much attention to this. Even if he had not made a move, this venom spider race woman would not have died here. However, she would have ended up in an even more miserable state. The other party definitely had trump cards. Executing Thunder Dragon Steps, Xiaoqian continued forward. As he strolled, electric images flickered, allowing Xiaoqian to move unobstructed and at ease. Soon, Xiaoqian overtook the middle-aged sword-wielding woman. Although the two were slow, they were very safe. Since they did not need Xiaoqian's help, he naturally would not make a move on his own. As Xiaoqian watched the afterimages flash by, he brushed past the tomb guards again and again. The middle-aged couple felt startled. Unexpectedly, this Great Perfection blue-robed emperor, whom everyone initially looked down on, actually had so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only did Xiaoqian's vital chi rival that of a huge elephant race cultivator, but his movement technique was also very good. As Xiaoqian continued forward, he overtook the straw-caped old man. Now, this old man did not even need Xiaoqian's help. Given the old man's combat experience, he did not give the tomb guards any chance to surround him. Instead, he used the terrain to his advantage, swinging his fishing rod and squeezing the tomb guards together, restraining each other. I am indeed getting old. The youths these days are all scarier than the last. As the straw-caped old man watched Xianxia walk past him, he sighed in a manner that seemed both real and fake. Then he swung his fishing hook, and the transparent fishing line tore off the heads of 3 more spirit wood guards. Then they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The next person Xianxia overtook was the silver shark race bladesman. This girl was clearly pretty, but when she moved, she looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical. However, when he moved, he looked ferocious and boundlessly tyrannical, causing others to involuntarily retreat when they saw him. The other party's saber technique was too tyrannical. The scattered silver saber chi nearly filled the entire corridor. Xianxia did not want to attract any trouble. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure drifted like a leaf, passing through the berserk and dense saber chi. The silver shark race bladesman stopped what she was doing. When she saw Xianxia's movement technique, she was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, this fellow is pretty strong. If I have a choice, I should do my best not to get into a conflict with this white-clad youth. As Xianxia overtook one person after another, the last person to leave, Xianxia arrived first despite starting later. He arrived at the vanguard, keeping pace with Duguao, the great fatso, and the black-skinned youth. This was why Xianxia purposely hid his strength. If he wanted to, he might be on par with Xianxia. However, there was no need to expose his strength too early. It was enough to follow behind the other party and ensure that he did not suffer any losses. The other 3, who were keeping pace with each other, all felt unconvinced and wanted to surpass each other. This was especially so for the great elephant race's black-skinned youth and Duguao. Unfortunately, they all had their own strengths. It was not easy for anyone to surpass the other. The corridor wound around 9 times before reaching the end. Fatso, who was bouncing around like a rubber ball, immediately panted heavily after he stopped, feeling incredibly tired. The black-skinned youth, who had exhausted a lot of energy along the way, was also incredibly fatigued. He quickly sat down and circulated his energy to recover. Duguao closed his eyes and rested, showing no intention of moving. Although his fist technique flowed endlessly, it was also endless. It had a kind of self-circulation effect, so the drain on his energy was not ridiculously high. However, Duguao was also extremely tired and did not want to move. Only Xianxia appeared extremely relaxed, looking like nothing had happened as he sized up his surroundings. When Xianxia saw this scene, he felt somewhat surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. Soon, the straw-caped old man rushed over without panting or blushing. After that, the silver shark race woman, the venom spider race woman, and the middle-aged couple arrived one after another. After the chaotic battle in the corridor, they managed to make it through without any mishaps. Xianxia was not in a rush to scout ahead. He waited for everyone to rest and recover to their peak state before resuming their journey. At the end of the corridor was an empty remnant. After passing this remnant that did not yield anything, an ancient forest appeared before the group. An ancient forest appeared in front of everyone. The trees were blood red, and it was unknown how long they had been here. These are dragon blood trees. The ancient dragon race used their own blood to water these trees to grow. If no one visits this place, we will definitely be able to find some dragon blood flowers. Xianxia could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he recognized these slightly sinister and terrifying ancient trees at a glance. Dragon blood flowers were natural treasures that grew in dragon graves. They were extremely precious and could strengthen a cultivator's bloodline and improve their aptitude. They were also one of the main ingredients for refining the dragon blood pill, worth cities. The dragon graves outside have been visited several times already. It was practically impossible to obtain dragon blood flowers. The large forest of dragon blood trees here gave everyone hope. They had heard of dragon blood flowers before, but this was their first time seeing dragon blood trees. We agreed that the natural treasures we find along the way will belong to whoever finds them first. Don't fight with me for them. The dark-skinned, huge elephant race youth was not afraid of any danger here. He was the first to charge into the forest. How could the others be willing to fall behind? They quickly entered the forest, searching for dragon blood flowers. Xiao Chun was also somewhat interested in these dragon blood flowers. They could improve one's aptitude and physical body and strengthen one's bloodline. To him, who possessed the blue dragon martial spirit, they should be even more effective. Maintaining caution, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and entered this dragon blood forest as well. Silently, Xiao Chun arrived at a dragon blood tree. After making sure that there was no one around, he opened his heavenly eye. In this place, spiritual sense and perception were more or less limited. If one wanted to find dragon blood flowers, they could only rely on their eyes. With the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun held a great advantage. When Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye, his vision immediately enveloped the entire forest. He could clearly see every tiny corner of the forest. These scenes turned into scenes flashing continuously in Xiao Chun's mind. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Soon, Xiao Chun easily found more than 100 dragon blood flowers. Aside from few that were too far away and difficult to obtain if someone got too close, Xiao Chun was confident of obtaining most of them. After the heavenly eye closed, Xiao Chun took a deep breath and unfurled the freedom wings. Then, he executed Thunder Dragon steps and started searching this dragon blood forest. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun, who was doing his best, moved like a shadow in the forest. He weaved through the place and collected the dragon blood flowers one by one. Chapter 1192. In the forest, the dark-skinned youth saw a dragon blood flower and immediately revealed an expression of joy. Then, he raised his leg to pick it. However, a figure flew over like the wind and landed on the branch first. Then, that figure picked the dragon blood flower. Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this? I discovered first. Are you trying to break the rules that Boss Yang set? When the dark-skinned youth saw that it was Xiao Chun, he became so angry that he trembled. He cursed loudly, showing that he would not let this matter rest. The angry shout attracted the attention of the surrounding people. As they looked at Xiao Chun, who was on the tree branch, they all had complicated expressions in their eyes. Xiao Chun was too fast, and his eyes were sharp. More than one person had seen Xiao Chun moving around. Every time he stopped, he would reap a harvest. Hence, they had long since felt jealous. Now that the dark-skinned youth had found a reason to do so, the others had other thoughts. More and more people gathered. Even Xianxia appeared. Xiao Chun knew that the matter had blown up. His performance was too eye-catching. However, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He looked coldly at the dark-skinned youth below and said, "You are overthinking. What Senior Yang said is that it belongs to whoever obtains it first. It is not that whoever sees it first gets it." Regardless of who saw it first, Xiao Chun saw it first. He had seen all the dragon blood flowers here with his heavenly eye. No matter what, Xiao Chun was in the right. The dark-skinned youth was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chun to retort like that. He was not good with words, so he did not know what to say. "I don't care. I saw this dragon blood flower, so you have to give it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Chun said coldly, "Feel free to be impolite. Let's see if I am afraid of you or not." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting tense, Xianxia quickly said, "Xiao Chun, just let him have this dragon blood flower. You do not lack one. Even if all the people here were to work together, we would not have as many harvests as you." When faced with Xianxia clearly siding with the dark-skinned youth, Xiao Chun did not think of taking a step back. Just because I am capable and obtain more than others, I have to give it to someone else? That makes no sense at all. Furthermore, in this circle, if one showed weakness and took a step back, there would be no end to it. The human heart would never be satisfied. One cannot take even one step back. Xiao Chun remained indifferent. He placed the dragon blood flower in his spatial ring and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, silently expressing his stance. Just as Xiao Chun and the two were on the verge of fight, dragon flower, big saber, flower, big saber, Xiao Chun, and dragon blood dragon saber. Dragon blood Xiao dragon blood flower. The blood in Big Fatso's hand was only half an inch long, but the piece of meat in its mouth was half the size of a palm. It could be seen how sharp its mouth was and how terrifying its antennae were. The situation was extremely strange. The sudden appearance of the crimson worms and Big Fatso's painful screams made everyone look over. Looking at the blood worms devouring the meat at an extremely fast speed, they were shocked. "How dare you eat this Lord Fatty's meat? I'll crush you to death." Big Fatso was unable to restrain his anger. He clenched his fists, and it was impossible to tell how much power was contained in that clenched fist. Fatso's palms exploded. However, what was shocking was that when Fatso released his palm, the crimson worm was not dead yet. It flapped its wings and jumped onto Fatso's right cheek. With a few bites, it bit off a large piece of meat on Fatso's face. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw that bloody and horrifying face. The speed of the crimson worm was too fast, and the crimson worm was very resistant to pressure. Hence, this tragic scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Xianxia's reaction was the fastest. He flashed over at lightning speed and caught the crimson worm, saving Fatso's life. "Quick, let's go." This is an ancient mutated insect, the dragon bloodworm. It lives in groups. Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Horror flashed in the eyes of this half-step Emperor Wu. He did not explain much at all. He flicked his finger and killed the dragon bloodworm. Then, he took the lead and dashed into the forest. The others did not understand what happened. However, when they saw Fatso's miserable state, who would not feel fear, they could no longer care about the grudge between Xianxia and the black-skinned youth. They chased after Xianxia, rushing forward. Buzz! 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 The sound of countless dragon bloodworms flapping their wings resounded in the forest. Many dragon bloodworms came out of the trees, a ridiculously large number. Xianxia and the others revealed extremely unsightly expressions. No one had expected such a situation. "We are surrounded." Xianxia retreated from the front. Even with his half-step Emperor Wu's strength, he did not dare to leave the group and charge forward alone. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned into a life-and-death situation. No one could relax in this dragon grave. The group formed a circle and faced the flying crimson worms. No one dared to be arrogant and fight them alone. Everyone had seen the toughness of the dragon bloodworms for themselves. Only by focusing their attacks into a line could they kill these dragon bloodworms in one strike. However, this way, the area of attack was much smaller. Against the thousands of dragon bloodworms everywhere, it was not easy to kill them. The 10 people moved extremely fast. They did not dare to relax at all, afraid that the dragon bloodworms would get on them. They were afraid that the dragon bloodworms would come into contact with them. When they thought about what had happened to the fatty and what would happen if the dragon bloodworms came into contact with them, no one dared to relax. Xiaoqian's physical body was very strong. However, he was not arrogant enough to let the dragon bloodworms test his physical body. The energy of the lightning saber soul was infused into the saber, not leaking out at all. Xiaoqian stood at the side and continuously sent out a screen of electric saber light. If there were no one behind him, even with Xiaoqian's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to defend against these strange worms. Even now, he was not at ease at all. He was extremely nervous. Every time he swung his saber, he used his full strength. He had not been in such a mental state for a very long time already, when he used his full power. Even Xiaoqian was in such a difficult situation. The other situation was easy to imagine. The venom spider race woman shot out a spider web from her hand and caught many dragon bloodworms. However, before she could show joy on her face, the other dragon blood bugs flew over and chewed up the spider web in no time. Although it did not have any substantial effect, with this talent, it made things a little easier for her. Of the 10, the one who had the easiest time was probably the straw-caped old man. His straw cape was woven from some unknown grass. A formless smell spread out, reducing the number of dragon bloodworms on his side. However, this old man also had a cautious expression. He did not relax at all. The effect of that straw cape should have a time limit. There are fewer dragon bloodworms over there. Let's break out of the encirclement, the venom spider race man shouted as he looked in a direction with a strip of cloth covering half his face. Xianxia glanced in that direction and said indifferently, "That is the direction to go back." The moment Xianxia said that, several of the people who had revealed joy froze, no longer saying anything. Breaking out of the encirclement in the direction to go back would mean returning. No one would be willing to go back when faced with the temptation of an 8-star dragon grave. Don't hold back any trump cards. Old man, you take the lead. We will charge out together. Otherwise, we will exhaust ourselves here. Xianxia moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, strong winds shot out and densely packed dragon bloodworm corpses appeared under his feet. The direction that Xianxia was guarding had the most dragon bloodworms. Naturally, he wanted to switch places with the straw-caped old man because of the straw-caped old man's straw cape. The straw-caped old man hesitated for a while before saying, "All right, I'll take the lead. However, this old man will say one more thing. You had best not have any other thoughts. Otherwise, we will all die here. Don't play tricks with your lives. Charge." The straw-caped old man, who had been looking somewhat lethargic, now gave off a strong aura. His horrifying might was no weaker than Xianxia's. This old man had lived for a long time. His cultivation was ridiculously strong. When he suddenly erupted, it startled everyone. The others also knew that it would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a matter of life and death. So, they did not hold back any of their trump cards. The venomous spider woman let out a soft cry and revealed her demon form. She had transformed into a huge black spider with 8 legs, and each leg was as sharp as a peerless saber. With a single swing, a large number of dragon bloodworms were cut down. Xianxia displayed his half-step Emperor Wu's strength. For the first time, he drew his weapon. It was an ice spear. As he swung it, it gave off a knife-like cold chi. Xiaoqin looked around. Aside from Dugu Ao, everyone else had revealed some of their trump cards. Even though Dugu Ao already had several wounds on his body, Xiaoqin did not see him bring out the innate ability of his demon half-human bloodline. The 10-man team did their best to charge at the horrifying number of dragon bloodworms in front. Compared to the chaotic battle in the corridor earlier, the dragon bloodworms in this forest were even harder to deal with. Furthermore, this seemed to be only the second stage of the dragon grave. Everyone finally experienced the dangers of the 8-star dragon grave. With the 10 of them exposing some of their trump cards, they finally managed to charge through the forest full of dragon bloodworms. Everyone had more or less wounds on their bodies. Each bite from a dragon bloodworm tore off a large piece of flesh. Such a simple and crude method of injury was not only painful, but also impossible to recover from. However, Xiaoqin felt somewhat depressed. As he looked at the wounds on his arm, which were much smaller than the others, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoqin's physical body was very resistant to these dragon bloodworms. He could not bite through them at all, so he did not need to be so nervous earlier. If Xiaoqin had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he would have been able to walk out of this forest unscathed. However, that was one of Xiaoqin's great trump cards. He would not use them if he could. Damn, this fat lord really does not need to lose weight anymore. Fatso, who was the most severely injured, cursed in pain as he looked at the uneven wounds on his body. The others did not have time to laugh at him. They all anxiously treated their injuries. No one had an easy time breaking out of this encirclement. 1 hour later, Xianxia was the first to stand up. He said, "Let's continue." Chapter 1193. The exploration of the dragon grave had just begun. Naturally, they could not stop here, so they continued moving forward with twists and turns. After that, they experienced several dangers comparable to the dragon bloodworms. Finally, they arrived at the burial ground. This was a place where the remains of true dragons were buried, a place with precious burial items. Strange, why is there a line of words here? Xianxia, who was the first to enter the burial ground, had sharp eyes and saw a line of words on a stone wall. Let me see. The moment he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The dark-skinned youth squeezed his way over and read. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. When the dark-skinned youth read this, he was completely stunned. The others were stunned as well. This was something that one would normally laugh off when they saw it. However, it was happening in this 8-star dragon grave. Furthermore, it was an 8-star dragon grave that no one had visited before. A person from 10,000 years ago actually played such a joke on people of later generations. This was simply unexpected. Let me see if it's real or fake. This is too funny. The great Fatso did not believe it. He pushed away the dark-skinned youth and looked carefully. There were indeed 8 average-sized words on the stone wall. The words were written in a flamboyant style, containing a strong aura. This allowed these simple words to remain clear and intact even after 10,000 years. Xianxia frowned and said, "It is hard to say if it's real or fake." However, the person who left these words was able to tear space and enter the dragon grave. He was definitely an expert. The words he left behind also contained a formless aura. He infused his mind, qi, and spirit into them. He was at least a sovereign martial emperor. Xianxia's cultivation was the highest. He was a half-step Emperor Wu. The conclusion that he came to was very convincing. The Qing Emperor was here 10,000 years ago. What good things could there be? We're going to end up empty-handed. This is really depressing. After overcoming so many difficulties and arriving at this burial ground, we still end up empty-handed. It is hard to say. Given the Qing Emperor's judgment, he might not be interested in these burial items. Perhaps he just passed by and did not touch anything. The group of people discussed among themselves. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of these 8 words, and there were all sorts of discussions going on. The most shocked person in the crowd was naturally Xianxia, who had seen several portraits of the Qing Emperor. He was extremely familiar with the aura of the Qing Emperor. With just a glance, he was able to confirm that the words were left behind by the Qing Emperor. It couldn't be wrong. Standing in front of the stone wall, Xianxia was in a daze. He stretched out his hand and stroked the words. At the moment of contact, Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he took 10 steps back. Xianxia looked at these words in horror. Unexpectedly, the Azure Emperor's shocking martial technique was left behind in these words. The instant he touched them, he felt an aura that could destroy the world. In the boundless void, there was nothing but a saber slashing towards him. Xianxia felt like he was there, and the saber would kill him in the next moment. He could not resist at all. As long as the saber charged over, there would be no way for him to survive. This was the scene that Xianxia saw earlier. Under the cover of these 8 words, there was a powerful killing move. What is the Qing Emperor trying to do? Xianxia's heart trembled. He knew that the Qing Emperor would not leave these words here for no reason. When Xianxia thought about all the strange things he saw when he first entered, this dragon grave was definitely extraordinary. Don't touch it randomly. This is the writing of a powerhouse. It contains an unparalleled aura. It contains the essence, energy, and spirit of a powerhouse, as well as killing intent and aura. Be careful not to lose your life. Xianxia warned as he looked at the retreating Xianxia. Xianxia's words made the others, who wanted to touch the words, stop thinking about it. Xianxia glanced at this person and did not say anything about his discovery. He said sullenly, "Thank you, but I'm fine. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go and see if the burial items in the dragon grave are still there. That is the important thing." Fatso, who had a cloth bag tied to his face, said anxiously, changing the topic. Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Come with me. According to what we agreed on earlier, if there are any burial items, I will take 20%. You will split the rest evenly after that. I will be the one to take inventory of the treasures here." "That's what we should do. Boss Yang, don't worry," the dark-skinned youth said. The others all expressed their agreement. This time, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Then, his figure flashed as he headed to the front of the burial ground. Inside the sturdy cave, in the depths of the burial ground, the group saw the towering remains of a true dragon. Beside the remains were boxes filled with them. Presumably, it contained the funerary objects. It was just that he didn't know if it had been opened by anyone. The true dragon remains were still there. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With this true dragon remains, this trip was worth it. That's not right. Even though millions of years have passed, the true dragon remains of an 8-star dragon grave should still have lingering might. Although this true dragon remains is huge, its bones are glowing, and its spine is 200 meters long, it is not worthy of an 8-star dragon grave. The straw-caped old man's eyes lit up. After he glanced at the true dragon remains, he immediately voiced his doubts. The others suddenly understood and also noticed this mysterious phenomenon. This is probably not the main grave. The remains of the dragon grave's master are still somewhere else. Let's not care about that for now. The boxes here have not been opened yet. The burial items are still there. Let's split the things here first. Xianxia's expression showed that he did not care too much about this problem. As he spoke, he opened a box. Damn, there are so many essence stones. When everyone saw the treasures in the box, they could not help exclaiming. There were rows of glistening essence stones piled up in a box. There were at least 2,000 of them. Xianxia suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued opening the box. There was another box of essence stones. After opening 12 more boxes, 10 of them were filled with essence stones. The crowd piled them up into a small mountain. When they counted the number, there was a total of 25,000. Everyone had smiles on their faces. This trip was worth it. The other 2 boxes contained all sorts of dragon race secret treasures. Without exception, they were all peak king grade secret treasures. There were more than 20 of them. No wonder there were so many adventurers in the Dragon Grave Sea. Even before they finished exploring it, they already had such a harvest. This was indeed a holy land for adventuring, worthy of people rushing over. Xianxia said, "Good, let's split it up now. According to our agreement, I can take 5,000 of these essence stones and choose 4 peak king grade secret treasures first. Since the true dragon remains are still intact, we will not dismantle them first. When we are outside, we will sell them as a whole and split them evenly." Although the others were dissatisfied with such a split, they could still accept it. After all, Xianxia was the strongest. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the dragon grave, so there were plenty of burial items. Xianxia did not mind. Of all the scattered gains along the way, he was the one who obtained the most, so he was already very satisfied. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xianxia prepared to split the treasures, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the fork in the burial ground. The person leading this group was the bald-headed Wu Ku, the half-step Emperor Wu, with a snake tattoo on his head, who had stopped Dugat Ao back then. With Wu Ku in the lead, the other group also had about 10 people. They were also all consummation blue-robed Emperor teams. Their strength was no weaker than that of Xiaoqian's team. When this group of people saw the mountainous pile of essence stones, their eyes immediately lit up with intense greed. When facing this group of people that suddenly appeared, the 10 people on Xiaoqian's side instantly kept their guard up, coldly looking at the other side. Although this was rather surprising for them to run into other teams in this unvisited dragon grave for the first time, these people were all experienced. However, the people here were all experienced. They did not panic at all. They were very experienced. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Wu Ku, unexpectedly, you found this dragon grave as well." The bald-headed Wu Ku smiled coldly and said, "I was wondering who came in before me. So it is you? In that case, I am not surprised. Cut the crap. The burial items here are barely enough to split between the 2 teams. If you are willing, I can give you half," Xianxia said, knowing Wu Ku's strength. He wanted to reconcile with him, if possible. A murderous intent flashed in Wu Ku's right eye, which was covered by the snake head. He said, "Don't you know my style? Attack." Unable to reconcile, Xianxia decisively made his choice. He spoke at the same time as Wu Ku. The sudden battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the relatively vast burial ground, Xianxia and Wu Ku were the first to fight. The others on both sides didn't hesitate either, each choosing their own opponent and fighting together. The sword-wielding middle-aged couple fought a pair of fiend-race brothers who worked well with each other. When the half-masked first fatso saw a pretty girl on the other side, he could not help but smile. Then, he excitedly leaped over, wanting to fight this person. "Your opponent is me." However, he was blocked by a middle-aged man who was waving a long spear. This made him extremely depressed and furious. The straw-caped old man sighed. Then, his figure flashed as he charged at an old man of similar age on the other side. The silver shark girl's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she faced the pretty girl that first Fatso had taken a fancy to. This girl was unparalleled in beauty. However, the flickering light in her eyes was incredibly cold, making one tremble in fear. Dugu Ao and a demon mixed-blood cultivator fought. The other party was also a youth. The two seemed to know each other and had some old grudges. When Xiao Chan saw this sudden chaotic battle, he felt that it was strange. Isn't this too much of a coincidence for Yang Kai to lead us here? Coincidentally, Xiao Chen arrived at this burial ground and bumped into another team. There were so many opportunities earlier, but they did not meet at all. Xiao Chen could not be blamed for thinking this way. He had always been cautious and liked to think ahead. It was better to be prepared. This was a team that was formed at the last minute. The members were not familiar with each other. Anything could happen. However, when this chaotic battle started, no one could avoid it. Before Xiao Chen could think too much, his opponent appeared. This person was also a bladesman. This bladesman wore tight black clothes, and his sharp eyes gave off an ancient air. Chapter 1194. With one look, it was clear that this was a wandering bladesman who made the world his home. The black-clad man carried a saber and walked over to Xiao Chen step by step. He smiled and said, "This is great. My opponent is a bladesman as well. Furthermore, a true bladesman. I can feel the soul of a bladesman in you." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I cannot feel the soul of a bladesman in you. Aside from the sharp saber intent and the vicissitudes of life in your eyes, there is also an inexplicable perplexity in them. That is a perplexity that a bladesman should not have." The black-clad bladesman was somewhat stunned to be seen through with one glance. He smiled and said, "Your eyes are really sharp. If not for the fact that you do not have the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor, I would not dare to challenge you. However, even if I cannot defeat you, it is worth it to die in the hands of a true bladesman. Make your move." Although this person's mental state had some flaws, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. For Wu Ku to take a fancy to this black-clad bladesman, there had to be something extraordinary about him. Xiao Chun raised his left hand slightly and raised the lunar shadow saber. Then he took 3 steps, each step leaving behind an afterimage. With every step, he sent out countless electric dragon images. Xiao Chun arrived before his opponent in the blink of an eye. Then, he executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. The instant he drew his saber, he brandished it in 81 different trajectories. The black-clad bladesman's eyes lit up. Clearly, this was his first time seeing such a profound drawing the saber. However, he did not panic. He drew the saber on his shoulder and held it with both hands, not in a rush to make a move. He was sensing Xiao Chen's killing intent. No matter how many changes there would always be a true killing intent that would not change. Even if these 81 saber trajectories were all real, he only needed to find the one that contained Xiao Chen's true killing intent and break it forcefully. Then, he would be able to break this wave of attacks. Just as Xiao Chen's saber light was about to strike him, the black-clad bladesman suddenly made a move. He held his saber with both hands and swung it vigorously. A waterfall appeared behind him, and as he slashed with his saber, the waterfall fell right on top of him. Dang! The 2 sabers clashed, and all sorts of saber trajectories were broken. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, felt slightly numb. My flying flow strike is not bad, right? Although your eyes are sharp in terms of combat experience and saber techniques, you are far inferior to me. You will lose this battle for sure. After knocking back Xiao Chen with one saber strike, the black-clad bladesman felt that he had figured out Xiao Chen's strength. His confidence soared, so he quickly charged over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The Qing Emperor's drawing technique was only his opening move. It was not even a killing move. His opponent had underestimated him. If he didn't explain himself, it would be better for the other party to underestimate him. That way, it would be easier for him to win. Saber shadows flew everywhere as the two of them fought back and forth. The entire boneyard was in chaos. Everyone fought their own battles. No one could be distracted. The strength of both sides was about the same. Both sides had their own strengths and weaknesses in the battle, and neither side had too much of an advantage. It was impossible to determine a victor quickly. 1 hour later, the victor of the first battle was decided. Although the great fatso on Xianxia's side did his best, he was not a match for the middle-aged spearman. The middle-aged spearman pierced Xianxia's chest with a spear. Xianxia's eyes opened wide, and he died with a grievance. This was how cruel the world of cultivators was. No matter how dissatisfied one was, being weaker often meant death. At this moment, in this intense battle, even if one wanted to retreat, it would be impossible. The middle-aged spearman smiled coldly and drew his spear. Then, he looked around the battlefield and joined his companion's fight with a black-skinned, huge elephant race youth. The situation tilted slightly in Wuxia's favor. On Xianxia's side, the venom spider race woman defeated her opponent and killed him. Then, she joined in to help her companion. Xianxia secretly observed the situation, not in a rush to end the battle before him. He already had a good grasp of the black-clad bladesman's strength. The other party's saber techniques were very strong, and his law energy was relatively vast. However, his saber soul was only 40% comprehended. As long as Xianxia brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul without holding back, he could suppress the other party in an instant and end this battle. However, Xianxia did not do so. The reason was that this sudden battle looked like a coincidence. However, no matter how he thought about it, it was not a coincidence. The cruel battle continued. The two sides were about the same in the first place. The two leading half-step Emperor Wus did not show any signs of ending their opponent quickly. This battle could only continue, not stopping until one side was dead. Cultivators died one after another amid the sounds of fighting. The middle-aged couple on Xianxia's side and the black-skinned, huge elephant race youth died one after another. The number of people dying on the other side was about the same. The stalemate still showed no signs of ending. Wuxia, Dugu Ao, and his opponent cried out as they struck each other at the same time, ending in a miserable mutual destruction. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, Dugu Ao smiled bitterly with his pale face. "It's good that you are dead. I've had enough of these days." After saying that, Dugu Ao fell to the ground. "It's time to end this," the bald Wuxia, who was fighting with Xianxia, suddenly said. Xianxia nodded. Then, his figure flashed as he suddenly attacked, charging at the straw-caped old man who had just defeated his opponent. That straw-caped old man had just heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could react, Xianxia chopped off his head with his sword. The half-step Emperor Wu brought out his full strength. Xianxia's figure flashed rapidly, killing one person with each sword strike. The Silver Shark Race Bladesman and the Venom Spider Race Woman, who were severely injured and nearly drained of their law energy. Caught completely off guard, they died at Xianxia's hands before they could figure out what was going on. On the other side, Wuxia moved quickly as well, killing off the remaining people on his side one by one. Something strange happened suddenly, without any warning. It was surprising, but not surprising. Wuxia. Before the black-clad bladesman fighting with Xianxia could react, a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. Needless to say, the one who attacked was naturally the bald Wuxia, the half-step Emperor Wu, with the black snake tattoo on his head. Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. Xianxia, who had been on guard all along, silently circulated his profound martial technique the instant the two half-step Emperor Wu attacked. A dragon image drifted about, and a resplendent azure saber light gathered on the saber. Holding his saber with both hands, Xianxia brought out his 60% comprehended saber soul. It was like he had eyes on his back as he hacked down with great force. Dang! The sound of the saber and sword clashing resounded. Xianxia, who had easily killed 3 people, was knocked back 3 steps by Xianxia's saber strike, which Xianxia had prepared long ago. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Wuxia, who was on the other side, was clearly surprised as well. He immediately exploded the black-clad bladesman with a punch. Then, he glared at Xianxia with his right eye. Suddenly, the snake tattoo that matched Wu Ke's eye appeared. The black tattoo turned into a real snake. Its body continuously grew larger as it charged at Xianxia to bite him. This move was extremely sinister. It happened to take advantage of the moment when Xianxia turned around and withdrew his saber. This created a dead angle, catching him off guard. However, Wu Ke was not the only one with a spirit pet. Xianxia had one as well. A sharp bird cry rang out. Little Yellow Feather quickly came out of Xianxia's ring and spread its wings. It instantly entered a berserk state. All the feathers on its body turned golden, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. When Little Yellow Feather clawed, it dug its claws deeply into the black snake's flesh, causing it to cry out in pain. Then, it changed its target, turning its head to bite at Little Yellow Feather. Wuxia. Little Yellow Feather opened its mouth and spat out a strand of dense solar true flame into the black snake's body. Immediately, the black snake cried out in pain. It fell to the ground and rolled around continuously, looking as if it was in extreme pain. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and spread out his arms, distancing himself from Xianxia and the bald-headed Wu Ke. He hovered in the air, leaning against a wall as he looked at the two coldly. In just a few breaths of time, there were only 3 people left in this burial ground. Such an outcome was truly unexpected. The small mountain-like pile of essence stones flickered with light, giving off a boundless temptation. Then, Xianxia looked at the bleeding corpses at the side. The saying, "People die for wealth," was indeed true. Xianxia said indifferently, "The two of you have good means. This Xiao admires you. Everyone says that the dragon grave is dangerous. In the end, it is not as dangerous as the human heart." At this moment, some of Xiaoqian's doubts could already be resolved. Wu Ke and Xianxia should have discovered this dragon grave at the same time. However, this 8-star dragon grave was too dangerous. If it did not find some scapegoats, they would not be able to enter the burial ground safely. Between the two of them, there should be a secret treasure that allowed them to communicate in private. Then, it created a coincidence that the two groups met in the burial grounds. With so many treasures around, the two teams would definitely engage in a battle to the death. This gave Xianxia and Wu Ke a chance to deal with the others easily. Naturally, the fewer people who shared the treasures, the better. Wu Ke removed the solar true flame from the black snake's stomach and stood beside Xianxia. He looked at Xianxia and said, "The ones who should be admiring you are the two of us. Facing so many treasures, you are still able to maintain a calm heart. This is not something that we can do." Xianxia said with a smile, "Little friend, do you have anything to say before you die?" 2 half-step Emperor Wu against 1 great perfection blue-robed emperor. No matter how one looked at it, victory was assured. Although Xianxia was surprised by Xiaoqian's strength and mental state, he did not think that Xiaoqian could do anything against 2 half-step Emperor Wu. Then go ahead and try. Let's see who will benefit in the end. Xianxia's and Wu Ke's expressions changed at the same time. After thinking for a while, they suddenly felt that Xiaoqian's words seemed to imply something. "What do you mean?" Xiaoqian shouted. "What do I mean? Are you still not coming out? Are you waiting for me to drag you out? There is still someone not dead." Xianxia and Wu Ke were startled. Who could have hidden so deeply, even deceiving the two of them? Or was Xiaoqian purposely trying to trick them? Youngsters these days do not know how to respect their elders. This old man is just seeking peace and quiet. There is no need to expose me. There was a drawn-out sigh. Suddenly, a head popped out of the headless corpse of the straw-caped old man on the ground. Then, they looked at the head that Xianxia chopped off earlier. At some point in time, it had turned into a pile of dirt and merged into the ground. The straw-caped old man suddenly stood up, startling Xianxia and Wu Ke. This old fellow was a true wily old fox. Chapter 1195. At the start, the two were the most worried about him. The straw-caped old man's combat prowess was not much weaker than theirs. Hence, Xianxia's first goal was to kill this person. Unexpectedly, he still managed to fool them. If Xianxia really fought with Xiaoqian, The one who would benefit in the end would be this old man. Perhaps all the treasures would end up in this person's hands. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help feeling a chill down his spine. "You've really hidden yourself well," Xianxia said through clenched teeth. The straw-caped old man smiled and said, "This old man has lived for more than 800 years. What kind of tricks have I not seen before? You are far from being able to scheme against me. Do you think that I did not notice the little tricks you used to communicate with this baldy on the way here?" Then, the straw-caped old man changed the topic and said indifferently, "However, it is good now. With a large group of people gone, we will be able to split more things. Humans should not be too greedy. Young man, don't you think so?" The meaning in the old man's words went without saying. If the two of them did not listen, Xiao Chen would stand on Xiao Chen's side and fight to the death with the two of them. No one would benefit from this. Xianxia and Wu Ku exchanged glances and quickly discussed the pros and cons. Given the strength of Xiao Chen and the straw-caped old man, they would definitely be able to kill one of them if they worked together. If they continued to be stubborn, the losses would outweigh the gains. The two quickly came to a decision. Xianxia squeezed out a smile and said, "Senior is right. We should not be too greedy. Let's start splitting now." "Wait a moment." Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. Then he walked over to Dugu Ao's corpse step by step. Dugu Ao was no longer breathing, and his corpse was ice cold. The others did not know what Xiao Chen wanted to do. They only saw him cut his palm with his saber, letting drops of blood fall into Dugu Ao's mouth. As the blood slowly seeped into his body, Dugu Ao's pale complexion slowly turned rosy. In the end, his body completely recovered its vitality. Dugu Ao was a mixed-blood human and blood demon. Like the blood sword sovereign from 50,000 years ago, he was a mixed blood. Vampires had extremely long lifespans and wouldn't die so easily. Not too long after the other party's life force had been extinguished, fresh blood could be used to revive the other party. This was especially so for Dugu Ao. Xiao Chen had observed him along the way. This person was rather special. Even at the critical moment of the battle, he did not use his blood demon's innate talent. For some reason, he would rather die than use the blood race's innate talent. Xiao Chen did not have the time to think about the story behind this. He wanted to save this person because he did not want this person to die too pitifully. It was just a slight effort, so he wouldn't lose anything. Whoosh! Suddenly, Dugu Ao opened his eyes. His eyes were scarlet, containing an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty, murderous intent. "Die!" As Dugu Ao spoke coldly, he raised his hand and thrust it at Xiao Chen's chest. What incredible speed! Dugu Ao thrust his palm forward like a sharp blade, so fast that there was no sound of wind at all. It was like he instinctively thrust his palm into Xiao Chen's chest, trying to dig out his heart. Dugu Ao's attack seemed to be even faster than when he was not injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's palm was closer to him. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen took the initiative to strike Dugu Ao's chest, quickly pressing him down. The blade-like palm stopped about 1 centimeter away from Xiao Chen's chest, unable to go any further. Little Yellow Feather, who was circling in the air, looked like a beam of light as it flew over at lightning speed. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and let out a sharp cry as it glared at Dugu Ao. The flames in its mouth looked like they would spew out at any moment. Xiao Chen knew that Dugu Ao attacked under the influence of his murderous intent, so he did not bother with it. He only restrained the other party and waited for Dugu Ao to slowly recover. This fellow, seeing Xiao Chen revive Dugu Ao, displeasure flashed in the eyes of Xianxia, the bald Wu Ku, and the straw-caped old man. There was no other reason. With one more person, they would have to split the treasures. The red light in Dugu Ao's eyes slowly faded. That uncontrollable murderous chi slowly faded away. When Dugu Ao calmed down and saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was slightly stunned. After a while, he said, "I owe you a favor." A favor was the hardest to owe and the hardest to repay. In this world of cultivators, everyone had their own pride. A favor was more important than the sky. Even a cultivator with a bad reputation would abide by these words. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and did not say anything more. It was just a small effort. Obtaining a favor was pretty good. Xiaoqin released his hand, no longer restraining the other party. Duguao stood up and looked at Yang Kai and Wu Ku, who stood side by side. Then he looked at the straw-caped old man and the corpses littering the burial ground. Then he roughly guessed what happened after his death. As the straw-caped old man looked at Xiaoqin, he narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Unexpectedly, little brother still has a pure heart. However, this world is full of ingrates. In the future, if you get bitten by an ingrate, don't regret what you did today. Dugu Ao's expression froze, and a murderous chi flashed in his eyes. Xiaoqin asked indifferently, "Old sir, are you talking about me?" "I should say that I am definitely talking about myself. If I were not an ingrate, how could I have lived for more than 800 years with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor? If I were not an ingrate, how could I be afraid of death, not even daring to undergo my great tribulation of wind and fire? Ingrates are indeed despicable. However, having an excuse to be an ingrate, because there are ingrates in the world, is even more despicable." Xiaoqin's words were like a knife stabbing into the straw-caped old man's heart, pricking the most sensitive part of his heart. Even with 800 years of self-restraint, the straw-caped old man could not endure it. His lips trembled as he roared, "You are seeking death." The straw-caped old man unleashed his aura, completely unleashing his horrifying cultivation. His heavy aura was like a huge mountain pressing toward Xiaoqin. The old man quickly swung his fishing rod, following this aura. The barb hook silently flew towards Xiaoqin's throat. Xiaoqin reacted quickly. He pointed at the air, and a cold light flickered on his fingertip. Then he pressed down heavily, shattering this faint but fatal fishing hook. A cold light flashed in the straw-caped old man's eyes. He pushed off the ground and sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin. Boom! 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 The old man's palm strike brought out his vast and heavy cultivation to its fullest. As he flew through the air, his aura was no weaker than that of the half-step Emperor Wu. Such a scene startled Yang Kai and Wu Ku. Fortunately, they did not attack Xiaoqin earlier. Given the straw-caped old man's strength, it would not be a problem for him to launch a sneak attack and injure the two of them in an instant. "If you want to play for real, I'll play with you." Xiaoqin stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and raised his hand to execute the 1,000-year death. Petals flew everywhere, and a blood moon filled the air. Every petal contained Xiaoqin's grief and worry. The force in his palm strike was endless, showing only the sorrow of separation and no joy. Bang! The two palms clashed. Relying on his advantage in martial techniques, Xiaoqin fought the straw-caped old man, who had a much higher cultivation, to a draw. The straw-caped old man's heart trembled. The other party's grief silently seeped into his heart. Scenes of cruel memories from a long time flashed in his mind. The straw-caped old man, whose law energy was denser and surged, was the first to retreat in this clash of palm strikes. After he stood still, he no longer dared to make a move. This brat is not easy to deal with, either. The 1,000-year death completely exposed Xiaoqin's strength. Now, Yang Kai and Wu can no longer dare to underestimate Xiaoqin. Never mind. So many people have died already. There is no need to make a big fuss. Let's split the treasures first. Yang Kai, who had single-handedly orchestrated this tragedy, acted as a peacemaker and spoke in a dignified manner. Xiaoqin scattered his palm strike and grasped the lunar shadow saber once more. Then he looked coldly at the straw-caped old man and did not say anything more. Now that the straw-caped old man had a way out of this embarrassing situation, he did not continue to argue and calmed down again. The treasures started to be split. There were more than 25,000 essence stones. The 5 of them split them equally, leaving Xiaoqin with 5,000. For some reason, Dugu Ao did not say anything. He directly handed his share to Xiaoqin, not taking a single essence stone for himself. This action upset Yang Kai and Wu Ku. However, they could not afford to fall out with each other now. If they made a move on Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao, not to mention what kind of price they would have to pay, In order to protect himself, the straw-caped old man would definitely not let the two of them succeed. No matter how he thought about it, there was no chance. As for the dragon race secret treasures, Dugu Ao gave his share to Xiao Chun. As for the complete true dragon remains, due to mutual distrust, no one agreed to let a single person keep it and split it after they got out. They could only dismantle it and distribute it to everyone. Given this, Xiao Chun obtained 10,000 essence stones, 3 peak quality dragon race king grade secret treasures, and a set of true dragon remains. Xiao Chun was the one with the greatest harvest on this trip. Furthermore, he had obtained 100 dragon blood flowers from the dragon blood tree earlier. It could be said to be a great harvest. Xianxia and Wuxia had tried their best, but their gains were still not as good as Xiao Chen's. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. I believe you all can tell that although this is a burial ground, the master of the dragon grave is not buried here. There are even greater benefits ahead. Should we work together to explore the depths of this dragon grave? Xianxia suggested, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The straw-caped old man was very shrewd with age. He remained expressionless and did not say anything. Clearly, he was waiting for Xiao Chun to speak. If Xiao Chun did not agree, the straw-caped old man absolutely would not travel with these two half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this dragon grave is extraordinary. The powerful killing move that Qing Emperor left behind is the best proof. Reason told Xiao Chun to quit while he was ahead. That was the best decision. However, the curiosity in Xiao Chun's heart was somewhat hard to quench. What kind of situation caused the Qing Emperor to leave behind a killing move and leave quietly? If Xiao Chun left just like that, he would not be able to solve this mystery for a long time. Just thinking about it was unfortunate. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was not a wishy-washy person. He quickly made up his mind and said, there is no harm in going and taking a look. If one did not figure out some things, one would not be at peace. Xiao Chun knew what kind of person he was. If he did not go and take a look, he would not give up. Chapter 1196. Dugu Ao said indifferently, I have no objections. Xianxia looked at the straw-caped old man. Since both Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao agreed to travel together, naturally, the straw-caped old man would not reject them. Good. I just knew that everyone would not be satisfied with this little harvest. How can an 8-star dragon grave only have this little harvest? Xianxia smiled coldly to himself as he led the way out of the burial ground. The others quickly followed. After crossing the burial ground, the group of people went deeper and deeper into the vast and complicated cavern. The further in they went, the denser the demonic qi became. There was only an indistinct and extremely illusory demonic qi in front. However, it was already visible to the naked eye. Strands of demonic qi drifted in the air like snakes slithering about, looking extremely strange. The group felt that it was somewhat strange. Xianxia, who suggested going deeper, already felt some regret in his heart. Aside from finding the true master of the dragon grave, he also wanted to see if he could take advantage of the chaos to kill Xiao Chun. However, the situation now exceeded Xianxia's control. The atmosphere was simply too strange. How could there be such dense demonic qi in the dragon grave? Furthermore, this demonic qi was extremely pure. If there were deep abyss demon race cultivators or demon mixed bloods here, they would definitely like this place. To them, this was a holy land for cultivation. However, Xiao Chun discovered that Dugu Ao's expression was somewhat unsightly. From the very start, he had been very sensitive to demonic qi. The demonic qi that any demon mixed blood would like was something Dugu Ao did not seem willing to touch. When Xiao Chun thought about how this person had not been willing to use his blood demon innate talent, there had to be a story behind this. As for what the story was, Xiao Chun would not overthink it, much less ask about it. Right now, what Xiao Chun cared about the most was what was in the depths of this dragon grave. The path ahead was unexpectedly calm. Due to the age of the many restrictions and traps, the group easily broke them. The journey was very peaceful, without any disturbances at all. There were many forks in the road, but there was no need to worry about choosing one. They could take whichever path had the densest demonic chi. However, in the end, the group felt their hair stand on end. Even when they circulated their energies to block the dense demonic chi, they could not prevent it from seeping into their bodies. Duguao was fine. However, when the demonic chi entered the bodies of others, it was like poison. They would have to spend some time to get rid of it. Go! Yang Kai braced himself and walked forward. It was hard for him to back out now. After passing through a passageway where the demonic energy had turned into mist, the group's eyes suddenly lit up and their field of vision suddenly widened. Looking at the scene before them, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. In a vast open space in front of him, there was a huge black skeleton of a true dragon lying on the ground. A vast dragon might spread out from the dragon bones. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the pressure. There were 8 thick and heavy chains on the back of the dragon skeleton, firmly locking the black dragon skeleton down from each side. The heavy chains, the giant remains of the black true dragon, and the dragon might that hadn't dissipated even after 1,000,000 years. The shock brought about by this scene was somewhat indescribable. Only those who were at the scene could feel it for themselves. There were also 8 flaming stone pillars surrounding the black dragon skeleton. Each pillar had a purple dragon skeleton tied to it. Compared to the giant black dragon skeleton, the 8 dragon skeletons tied to the flaming stone pillars were much smaller. Even so, these 8 purple dragon skeletons were much larger than the true dragon skeleton that Xiaoqian obtained from the burial ground earlier. Furthermore, the dragon might from the purple dragon skeletons had not dissipated. It was clear which was stronger, be it the purple dragon skeletons on the flaming stone pillars or the giant black skeleton bound by chains. They all gave off an extraordinary aura. What kind of flame is this? It has been burning for 1,000,000 years without extinguishing. Even with Yang Kai's experience as a half-step Emperor Wu, he felt that his knowledge was too shallow. He did not know what kind of flame this was. Xiaoqian frowned slightly and muttered, "This is a heavenly flame." This was indeed a heavenly flame. It had the same nature as the heavenly flame in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. However, the heavenly flame that Chu Chaoyan grasped did not have an origin flame. It was just a facade. However, the flame on these stone pillars was released by someone who possessed the heavenly flame's origin flame. Its might was on a completely different level. Thinking about the heavenly flame's origin flame sealed in the divine blood formation in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaoqian suspected that the Qing Emperor had set the flames on these stone pillars. After thinking about it, this was quite possible. The Blue Dragon Palace happened to have the heavenly flame's origin flame, and the Qing Emperor happened to have been here. What's going on? Why did the master of the dragon grave lock himself here? Also, why does it feel like the dragon skeletons on these stone pillars are sealed like people? Without a doubt, that giant black dragon skeleton was the master of this dragon grave. However, why did it lock himself here? Look, doesn't the ornament at the top of the stone pillar look like a sword hilt? The sharp-eyed old man in the straw-caped raincoat suddenly said. There was a palm-sized stone pillar in the middle of every stone pillar that could be grasped with one hand. If one did not associate it with a sword hilt, it would be hard to notice. However, once one did, the more one looked at it, the more similar it seemed. A distant, ancient, divine weapon. The eyes of Yang Kai, who used a sword, immediately lit up. Although Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man did not use swords, they understood the value of a distant, ancient, divine weapon. A distant, ancient, divine weapon already rivaled an emperor-grade secret treasure. They were weapons that were hard to find in the world. Possessing a distant, ancient, divine weapon could raise Emperor Wu's strength by at least 20%. A distant, ancient, divine weapon would only be stronger than a divine weapon forged in the current era. Dugu Ao frowned and said, "It's best not to mess around. I feel that the stone pillars are the seals. These 8 dragon skeletons, as well as the huge dragon skeletons in the middle, are no longer of the dragon race. The demonic chi in their bodies is even purer than that of high-ranked demons. Given Dugu Ao's status as a mixed-blood human and demon, His words were very reliable. Xiaochen also felt that the distant ancient divine weapons on the stone pillars could not be touched. He advised, "Let's go back. This place is too strange." The Qing Emperor probably added the heavenly flame. It is possible that the original seal could no longer suppress these things, so he added the heavenly flame. The three could not decide what to do. Given their experience, they knew that what Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao said was true. However, the allure of a distant ancient divine weapon was too great. If they missed this opportunity, they would miss it forever. Yang Kai, who coveted this divine weapon the most, said, "Perhaps you are overthinking. These are just ordinary true dragon remains, just like the other dragon graves. They are just skeletons that have been dead for millions of years." Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "You really know how to comfort yourself." Yang Kai immediately felt extremely uncomfortable after being rebuked by Xiao Chun. His eyes filled with hostility as he said sullenly, "This old man does not need you to lecture me. Even if there is a great disaster, it is not my turn to worry about it." These words were extremely irresponsible. However, they were not wrong. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. As long as Yang Kai took the distant ancient divine weapons here and quickly escaped, even if the seal broke in the future, the ones to worry would be those primes and sovereign martial emperors. If something major happened, the ones to worry would be those primes and sovereign martial emperors. It had nothing to do with him, a half-step martial emperor. Whoosh! Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he landed on top of a stone pillar. There was no heavenly flame at the top, but there were some sparks floating around. Yang Kai carefully squatted down and stretched out his hand to grasp the sword hilt. Seeing Yang Kai's actions, Xiao Chen's and Dugu Ao's expressions changed, and they quickly took 10 steps back. A fervent look flashed in the eyes of the bald Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man, but they did not take even half a step back. The two of them probably had designs on these distant ancient divine weapons. If the distant ancient divine weapons were pulled out, nothing would happen. The two of them would use the shortest time possible to pull out all the other distant ancient divine weapons, not leaving a single one behind. Before everyone's eyes, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and determination flashed in his eyes. Then, he started to slowly pull out the sword. As Yang Kai slowly pulled out the sword, bits and pieces fell off, giving off a bright light. A strong and simple might spread out. This was indeed a distant ancient divine weapon. As a swordsman, Yang Kai could not help revealing an expression of joy at this moment. He suppressed his excitement and continued to carefully pull out the sword. A fervent look appeared in the eyes of the bald Wu Ku and the straw-caped old man. They looked around, wanting to see if there were any strange movements from the purple dragon bones tied to the stone pillars. There were no movements at all. Those dragon bones were like the bones of ordinary true dragons. They did not give off any fluctuations of life or any strange sounds. The wind was calm. Everything was quiet. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. A crafty look flashed in their eyes as they stepped forward. Before Yang Kai could pull out the sword, they each flew to a stone pillar. Compared to Yang Kai's caution, the two of them did not care. They pulled hard and pulled out all the swords. The two of them were only slightly slower than Yang Kai. They pulled out the distant ancient divine weapons from the stone pillars at nearly the same time. Their faces brimmed with joy. When the two of them felt the surging energy contained in the swords, they were overjoyed. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in his heart. He kept feeling that something was about to happen. Now that it was so calm, it was definitely not normal. The distant ancient divine weapons were important items for the seal. After losing them, there would be a major change to the seal. However, Xiao Chan felt some doubt in his heart. These dragon bones had been dead for who knows how many years. Could they still be a threat? No matter what, it was better to be careful. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen moved his feet and retreated further. Ha ha! Distant ancient divine weapon. It really is a distant ancient divine weapon. With this distant ancient divine weapon, why would I need to fear the great tribulation of wind and fire? After clearing the great tribulation of wind and fire, and advancing to martial emperor. The straw-caped old man's wish of hundreds of years was about to be fulfilled. He entered a berserk state, laughing maniacally. Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chun and Duguao, who had retreated far away. He smiled and said, "There are still 5 distant ancient divine weapons. Are the 2 of you sure you don't want them? If you really don't want them, don't blame us for not leaving them for you." Tempted expressions flashed in Xiao Chen's and Duguao's eyes. Who could resist the temptation of a distant ancient divine weapon? Chapter 1197. A large part of the reason they did not leave was the existence of the distant ancient divine weapons. Seeing that the 3 were safe and sound after obtaining the distant ancient divine weapons, Xiao Chun could not help wanting to make a move. However, after struggling for a while, his rationality finally won over his desire. The time was not right. This place was too strange. The Qing Emperor would not place a heavenly flame on this stone pillar for no reason. Furthermore, he would not be so bored as to leave a powerful killing move on the wall. Cowardly and afraid of everything. Yet you still want to take the Emperor's road? What a joke. The straw-caped old man smiled coldly when he saw that the 2 did not move. Cassier. However, just at this moment, the chains binding the dragon bones on the 3 stone pillars where the divine weapons were drawn suddenly broke. Amid a crisp sound, the upright dragon bones fell to the ground with a whoosh. The dragon bones that fell to the ground slowly melted into a purple liquid that slowly flowed out of the heavenly flames range. When the black liquid completely flowed out of the heavenly flames range, it wriggled and took human form. Then, it materialized 3 purple robes with the symbol of a demonic god embroidered on them. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. These robes were clearly the Dark Church's uniform. He had seen them on Tang Xiao and the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm before. There was no mistaking it. Run. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun turned around and left. Duguao's movements were not much slower than Xiao Chen's. He quickly followed behind, running back the way he came. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's 3 people on the stone pillars exclaimed in horror when they saw this sudden scene. They did not expect this. The 3 purple-clad men turned around expressionlessly and looked at the 3 people on the stone pillars. Then they sent out a formless mental energy, and the 3 immediately felt confused. The purple-clad men stretched out their hands at the same time, and the distant ancient divine weapons that Yang Kai's 3 held immediately struggled free. Then they spun in the air and chopped off the 3's heads at the same time. This scene happened very quickly, in less than half a breath of time. There was no time for the 3 half-step Emperor Wu experts to prepare. Yang Kai's 3, who had been overjoyed at obtaining the distant ancient divine weapons, died to the divine weapons in their hands in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, they were able to witness the might of the ancient era's divine armament before they died. This proved that their foresight was not bad. It's a pity that it's not yours. It's not yours. Even if you hold it in your hands, it's not yours. 2 escaped. One is a human-demon hybrid, and the other is a human blue-robed emperor. It's very weak, but we can kill it. Chase. The 3 of them spoke in an extremely simple manner. Their minds were calm, and they were extremely calm about breaking free from the seal. Come to think of it, he'd been sealed for over 1,000,000 years, so his mental state had probably become a dead sea, and it was very difficult for it to fluctuate due to external factors. So. Figures flashed. 3 expressionless purple-clad men, wielding divine weapons, quickly gave chase in the direction that Xiao Chun and Duguao had fled. Their speed was unimaginably fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were teleporting. Although they could not tear space, they seemed to have some mysteries of the state of space in them. Compared to ordinary movement techniques, they were much more exquisite. After 15 minutes, the 3 saw Xiao Chun and Duguao's figures. Without saying anything, they each sent out a sword strike. 3 terrifying sword chi sliced through the space like tofu, tearing open a neat black crack that continued to extend forward. Xiao Chun checked his surroundings. He knew that he could not block them with his martial techniques. So, he did a series of extreme movements with his feet in the air, brushing past the cracks created by the three-sword chi. A black crack flew by Xiao Chen's face, silently chopping off his fine black hair. This startled Xiao Chen into breaking out in a cold sweat. For the sake of dodging the sword chi, Xiao Chen and Duguao's speed decreased significantly. The distance between them slowly shortened. The purple-clad men were like the Grim Reaper. As long as the two got close, only death awaited them. Sword chi flew everywhere, creating spatial cracks and turning the cavern into a mess. The rocks above their heads kept falling, creating quite a bit of obstruction for the two of them to escape. With their lives hanging by a thread, Xiao Chen was extremely focused. His mind was clear. He did not give up at all. As long as they reached the stone wall where the Qing Emperor left those words, they would have a chance of survival. Compared to Xiao Chen, Duguao was in an even worse state. His body was already riddled with wounds from the sword chi. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor was here. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He finally saw those 8 ancient and modern words. However, when he looked back, 18 crisscrossing sword chi appeared behind him, not giving him a chance to dodge at all. As for the 3 purple-clad men, they followed unhurriedly, one step at a time. They looked at the two like they were already dead. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings and increased his speed by another 20%. He pushed off the ground and landed at the foot of the stone wall before the sword chi arrived. Just as Xiao Chen was about to wipe away the 8 words and unleash the Qing Emperor's powerful killing move, he glanced around and happened to see Duguao, who was about to be swallowed up by the sword chi. At this moment, if Xiao Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor and endured the damage of the 18 sword chi, he would have an 80% chance of saving Duguao. However, once he failed, Xiao Chen would die a miserable death. Even if he managed to save Duguao, he would definitely end up severely injured. To save or not to save? To save or not to save? This was truly a difficult problem. There was not much time left for Xiao Chen. If he delayed, he would lose the right to choose. Save. Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Since there was an 80% chance of saving, why should he leave Duguao to die? Although Xiao Chen was not a goody two-shoes, he could only watch as someone died before him. He clearly had a chance to save Duguao, but he did not do so. In the future, when Xiao Chen recalled this, he would definitely feel guilty. He was not a cold-blooded person by nature, so there was no need for him to lie to himself. Putting away the freedom wings, Xiao Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor. The instant the battle armor covered his entire body, he flew over to Duguao's back. When Duguao, who had been waiting for death, saw Xiao Chen arrive, intense shock flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen still came to save him at this moment. Just as the 18 sword chi were about to swallow up Duguao, Xiao Chen picked him up and tossed him forward, blocking the 18 sword chi tearing space by himself. When the sword chi struck Xiao Chen's back, this sword chi, which could tear space apart, paused for the first time when it encountered Xiao Chen's 3rd layer of the blue dragon battle armor. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as the 18 sword chi knocked him back. 18 horrifying wounds appeared on the battle armor on Duguao's back. Blood flowed out, and the wounds penetrated deep into his bones. Using the rebound of these 18 sword chi, Xiao Chen accelerated and landed beside Duguao, his complexion pale. When the 3 purple-clad men saw this scene, their expressions changed at the same time. Clearly, they were greatly shocked at Xiao Chen's successful escape. To think that the strong sword chi that Xiao Chen brought out with a distant divine weapon did not chop this person into pieces. A peak sage body and the blue dragon battle armor. No wonder his defense is so strong. However, these two are severely injured. Even if they manage to escape this calamity, they will still die. The purple-clad man in the middle was stunned for a moment before recovering. The extremely weak Duguao smiled bitterly and said, "Unfortunately, there is no way for me to repay the favor I owe you. You should not have turned around to save me and ended up sacrificing yourself." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Just live on properly. You still have to repay the favor you owe me. If I was not confident, I would not have made a move." Seeing the three purple-clad men appear in his vision, Xiaoqian quickly made his move, erasing the words that the Qing emperor left on the stone wall. Boom! The instant all the words were erased, a figure suddenly appeared from the wall. That person was dressed in azure, looking like a celestial being as he walked out of the void. He was like a sovereign among men, exuding a tyrannical aura. Just his figure alone was enough to make people prostrate themselves in worship. Before the three purple-clad men could clearly see this figure, a bright saber light blinded them. Following, that was a horrifying killing move. Under this saber light, the space in front shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. This was the true meaning of slicing through space. Everything within that space would be destroyed. The instant the three purple-clad men's corpses shattered, Xiaoqian vaguely saw three tiny figures that looked like Yuanying trying to flee. In the end, space completely shattered. The instant the Yuanying appeared, the saber chi scattered it, thoroughly killing it. Dugu Ao and Xiaoqian fell to the ground. As they looked at the shattered space in front, they felt a lingering fear and shock. Compared to that earlier saber strike, the sword chi that the purple-clad men sent out earlier was nothing. Destroying space with one saber strike was true strength, not relying on the sharpness of a distant ancient divine weapon to barely tear open space. If it were this saber strike, even if Xiaoqian were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to take it head-on. "You knew long ago?" Dugu Ao, who had just survived a calamity, asked as he looked at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian nodded. "The moment I touched the words, I knew." As Dugu Ao spoke, Xiaoqian swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries. Then, he circulated his energy and headed for the slowly merging space in front. "What are you doing?" "Checking to see if they are all dead or not," Xiaoqian answered without even turning his head. Dugu Ao gaped in shock. Xiaoqian was too cautious. Even after all that, they were still alive. As Xiaoqian walked over, he looked around. Aside from the three distant ancient divine weapons, there were no longer any remnants of the purple-clad men's bodies. Xiaoqian did not feel at ease. He closed his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense, carefully scanning the place. After verifying that there were no traces of mental energy, he finally relaxed. Xiaoqian could not help but be cautious. At the crucial moment, he saw the tiny figures coming out of the three men's bodies, startling him. They were simply too similar to an immortal cultivator's Yuanying. When Xiaoqian thought about it, these things could be revived by a pile of dragon bones even after 1,000,000 years. There was no harm in being cautious. "How is it? Are they all dead?" Dugu Ao asked as he walked over. "They should be all dead." "In that case, what do you intend to do with these distant ancient divine weapons?" "Plug them back in. Put them back in the way they were originally placed." Chapter 1198. After speaking, Xiaoqian ignored Dugu Ao's shock and headed deeper into the dragon grave step by step. 2 hours later, he arrived at the place where the gigantic black dragon bones were locked. When Xiaoqian saw the three headless corpses on the ground and the distant ancient divine weapons in his hands, he sighed. Desire was always a cultivator's greatest enemy. If not for Xiaoqian overcoming desire in the ancient desolate tower, one of the headless corpses on the ground would be Xiaoqian. As Xiaoqian looked at Dugu Ao, who followed him over, he asked, "Speaking of which, how did you resist the temptation of the distant ancient divine weapons?" No matter how Xiaoqian looked at it, Dugu Ao did not seem like someone who could resist the temptation of the distant ancient divine weapons. Dugu Ao smiled embarrassedly and said, "I cannot get close to these stone pillars. These stone pillars have an extremely strong suppressive and sealing effect on cultivators who cultivate demonic qi. Although I do not cultivate demonic qi, I have half a blood demon bloodline in me. I cannot avoid it." Xiaoqian now understood. At the same time, he firmed his resolve to return the distant ancient divine weapons. The seal of this place definitely sealed incredible existences, which involved many secrets. The Dark Church, the deep abyss demonic race, These secrets could only be understood after Xianxia became truly strong. After returning the 3 distant ancient divine weapons, Xianxia thought for a while. Then, he put some force into the sword hilt. This way, no one would be able to see the sword hilt from the outside. Even if someone accidentally discovered this place, without sufficient benefits, they would not touch it. Xianxia leaped to the other stone pillars with dragon bones tied to them. Then, he put some force into the sword hilt as well. Immediately, a miserable cry came from the stone pillar. Xianxia smiled faintly. It looked like his idea worked. Xianxia leaped over and pushed the sword hilt out of the other stone pillars into the ground. Then, he jumped down and destroyed the entire cave with one palm strike. Rocks peeled off, completely burying the sealed land. After that, Xianxia and Dugu Ao left this place. With every step, Xianxia threw a palm strike, destroying the entire burial ground. When he exited the entrance of the dragon tomb, he sent out a few more palm strikes, completely blocking the entrance. As the two looked at the calm surface of the vast dragon grave sea, they both felt fatigued. The adventure of the 8-star dragon grave finally came to an end. When Xianxia first entered, the group was very majestic. Now, only Xianxia and Dugu Ao came out alive. Even someone as strong as Wuxia and Xianxia, and someone as astute as the old man in the woven rush caped raincoat, had fallen here in the end. During this adventure, not to mention the treasures, the viciousness of the human heart, the choices made in the face of desire, and the lowliness of one's own strength had given Xianxia a vivid lesson. This made Xianxia even more anxious to rush to the human demon sea and obtain the treasures that the Thunder King left behind. He wanted to advance to the consummation blue-robed emperor as soon as possible. Dugu Ao withdrew his gaze and performed a cupped fist salute to Xianxia. Before he left, he said, "Although I am arrogant, I will definitely repay the favor I owe you. There are many ingrates in the world, but I, Dugu Ao, will definitely not be one of them. We will meet again in the future." Xianxia, who watched Dugu Ao leave, did not know that Dugu Ao would really repay this favor a few years later. Furthermore, he did so in an extremely tragic manner. However, this was something that would happen many years later. The current Xianxia would definitely not think of it. As for the favor Dugu Ao mentioned, Xianxia merely smiled and brushed it off. Given his strength, he simply could not think of anything he would need Dugu Ao's help in the future. Xianxia had saved Dugu Ao twice only because of his principles. If it were someone else, he would have done the same. If he really died after saving Dugu Ao, Xianxia would have chosen to stand aside and not blindly act rashly. When Xianxia looked back at the calm surface of the sea, he thought of the people who went to the dragon grave sea with him and shook his head slightly. After sighing, he summoned out the flood dragon war chariot and headed for the human demon sea. Inside the war chariot, Xianxia sat cross-legged and started to seriously treat his injuries. If not for the final 18 strands of sword chi, it would not have been difficult for Xianxia to safely retreat from the 8-star dragon grave. However, it did not matter now. As long as Xianxia had enough time, given his physical body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he could recover in a short time. After half a day, Xianxia opened his eyes. The wounds on his back had already mostly healed. The defense of the 3rd layer of the blue dragon battle armor far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. Furthermore, this was only at small perfection. Xianxia estimated that after he condensed the blue dragon battle armor, his defense should rival that of Mo Rant's body of steel. Furthermore, it did not have any weak points. All in all, Xianxia was much stronger. Among the Deep Abyss demon races, the Iron Demons were known as the race with the strongest defense. Due to the natural advantage of their body structure and some cultivation techniques, their defense far surpassed that of the other races. Furthermore, Xianxia's human body could rival that of the Iron Demon race's body of steel. If he appeared in the astral battlefield one day, he would definitely cause a huge commotion. Inside the war chariot, Xianxia went through his gains in the dragon grave again. There were 15,000 essence stones, 100 dragon blood flowers, 3 peak quality king grade secret treasures, and 1 true dragon remains. With such a large harvest, this trip to the 8-star dragon grave was worth it. However, the doubts of the 8-star dragon grave were hard to resolve. What kind of existence was the mysterious Dark Church? To think that such an organization actually existed a million years ago. This was truly shocking. The Skydome realm was no stranger to most of the deep abyss demon races. There were detailed records of the high-ranked demon races and the 18 demon monarchs, which could be easily looked up. Only the Nether sect revealed very little information about them. Never mind, I won't be able to figure anything out no matter how hard I try. Right now, I'm not strong enough. This is not the time to think about this. Right now, the most important thing is to rush to the human demon sea and obtain the treasures that the Thunder King left behind. Thinking of this, Xianxia thought back to the information Jiao gave him about the human demon sea. In this oceanic world, any sea region with a large number of cultivators would have rich resources and prosperous islands. In that case, the human demon sea would be an oddity. The spiritual energy here was thin, and resources were scarce. However, there were as many cultivators as there were hairs on an ox, no less than the number of cultivators in the heavenly starry ocean. The reason was none other than the demon mixed bloods living here. There are demon mixed bloods with purer bloodlines and more perfect evolutions. They look no different from humans. There were also demon mixed bloods with insufficient purity and imperfect evolutions. These demon mixed bloods had long hair, scales, or horns. Most of these demon mixed bloods cultivated demonic chi and had a violent personality. Although there were all sorts of factions and clans, they were not bound by the morals of humans. They did as they pleased and were much more cold-blooded and cruel. According to Jiao, the treasures left behind by the Thunder King, Sang Mu, were on Scorching Flame Island in the north of the Human Demon Sea. He had given them to Sang Mu's good friend, Su He, to guard. When the Thunder King was alive, he had saved this demon mixed bloods martial emperor's life. Naturally, this demon mixed bloods martial emperor agreed to the Thunder King's request before he died. This demon mixed bloods martial emperor helped guard the treasures left behind by the Thunder King and waited for Jiao to bring the new inheritor over. Back then, this demon mixed bloods martial emperor was already a martial emperor. Now that 1,000 years had passed, this demon mixed bloods martial emperor should be as strong as a sovereign martial emperor. Xiaoqin was not very clear on the exact classification of Emperor Wu's strength. He was just making a random guess. He should not be too far off. Jiao, how much do you know about this demon mixed bloods martial emperor? It is hard to believe that a martial emperor could endure loneliness for 1,000 years. The human demon, C, was already before them. However, Xiaoqin felt somewhat nervous. 1,000 years was too long. He feared that he would not meet this demon mixed bloods martial emperor. That would be problematic. Without this martial emperor's key, he would not be able to enter the Thunder King's treasures. However, Jiao was very confident. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've met this demon mixed bloods martial emperor before. Furthermore, you have to believe in the Thunder King's judgment. There will not be any problems." With Jiao's assurance, Xiaoqin felt more at ease. Half a day later, they formally entered the Human Demon Sea. Xiaoqin put away the Flood Dragon war chariot and landed on the surface of the sea in a low-profile manner. What dense demonic chi! Xiaoqin frowned slightly. The instant he stepped onto the surface of the sea, he felt a large amount of demonic chi in the air. However, the spiritual energy here was pitifully thin. The human demon sea truly lived up to its name. Suddenly, Xiaoqin thought about how Dugu Ao chose to cultivate spiritual energy under such circumstances and even managed to cultivate to his current cultivation. He was truly a genius. After landing on a random island and resting for a night, Xiaoqin headed for Scorching Flame Island in the northern Demonic Sea. In the northern Demonic Sea, Scorching Flame Island was an average-sized island. It was about the same size as Xiaoqin's conferred land, Heavenly Star Island. Martial Emperor Su, he was the only Emperor Wu on this island. The Su clan was also the strongest faction on this Scorching Flame Island. They controlled the largest city on the island, Scorching Flame City. This was news from 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years, there should not have been much change. After all, with a martial emperor holding down the fort, it should be more than enough to dominate a medium-sized island. After arriving at Scorching Flame Island, Xiao Chun headed straight for Scorching Flame City, moving as fast as lightning. Who is it? How dare you barge into Scorching Flame City? Just as Xiao Chun approached Scorching Flame City, two old men with hostile expressions came out of the city and blocked Xiao Chun's path in midair. These two old men were great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators. The faction in the city must have sensed Xiao Chun's strength. However, they did not know his background, so they sent two great perfection blue-robed emperor experts to investigate. This was normal. Any major faction would react like this when an unfamiliar expert suddenly appeared in their territory with lightning speed. If this was not the case, then this faction would not even have the most basic precautions, and it would not be far from destruction. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. He smiled and said, "The two of you, please don't misunderstand. I do not have any malicious intent. I just want to ask, are the two of you surnamed Su? So, it is a friend of the Su clan. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. You came to Scorching Flame City without even saying a word before running amok." Xiao Chun found this strange. Why does this tone sound off? Did something happen here? Is the Su clan no longer the overlord of Scorching Flame Island? You are not welcome here. Scram. The cultivators of the Human Demon Sea were all hot-tempered. If they did not agree with each other, they would explode. The two old men immediately attacked, each sending out a killing move filled with overwhelming demonic chi at Xiao Chun. You overestimate yourself.